it won't work. God will do what he said he will do. He will stand by his word, and he will come through. God will do what he said he will do. He will stand by his word, and he will come through. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. God will do what he said.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And it's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
Councillor for Monrepo Navet, Nigel Cotier, presents Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July at Monrepo's grounds from 10 a.m. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Lots of prizes to be won. Look out for the Councillor's Cup Small Goal. Register now by calling the Councillor's office at 610-2861. All teams must be registered. There is no registration fee. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July, Monrepo grounds from 10 a.m. The football starts at 10 a.m. and the fun events will start at 3 p.m.
Publicity presents Baldy, a lingerie affair, July 2nd on board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding by the breakfast shed for 6 p.m., sailing for 7. Music by
Y'all ready for this?
DJ Everslick Overload Vibe.
Vibes!
MC Duke and Selector Kachi. DJ Bruce Wayne.
Yes, Naya.
Selector Shane and more.
Yeah.
Ladies, tickets $100. Guys, you pay $175. It's all about ladies in lingerie. For tickets, call or WhatsApp Tiana at 763-4479, Stefan 786-6068, Diana 337-2838, or Natisha's Nails Artistry at Booth 17 Orleans Mall, Charlotte Street, 357-9860. No oversized coolers and strictly no glass bottles allowed. Baldy, a lingerie affair.
You never see your life. 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 You never see. Don't lie to me.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT. Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody. Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
Pastor Hannah A. Parbu of Holy Spirit Ministries will be live on the Street 919 FM every Wednesday from 11:15 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. In the scripture, Matthew 19, verse 26, the Bible says, But Jesus looked at them and said to them, with men, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. Pastor Hannah is here to motivate you, challenge you, encourage you to walk in your purpose and destiny God has for you. For prayer and counseling, call Pastor Hannah at 728-5197.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for Gospel in the Bone Ministry every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message. Hosea chapter 4 says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel, for the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood." Remember, every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message with Gospel in the Bones Ministry, right here on the Street 919 FM.
The journey's almost
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
Well, a pleasant good morning to each and everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Titans of Democracy right here on the street, 919 FM. Let me thank the Heavenly Father for bringing me here safe, sound, and all together in one piece. Plus, good morning, good night to my entire family. Good morning to Ms. Sharon Felix, Mr. Dominic Ramin, and their entire families. Good morning to you, all our callers, all our listeners, to all of our viewers online. For those of you that are always locked on with us, it's always a pleasure to have you guys on the inside. Let me say good morning also going on to my friends and family in Tobago. Good morning to you guys. I hope you are doing well this morning. Also saying good morning to the management and staff of the Street 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. Iwer George and his entire family. Now, guys, we are live and alive on Facebook at the Street 909 FM's Facebook page. Also on YouTube at Iwer TV, live broadcast on the Street 919 FM. So, let's get ready to start the things for today. So you can call me at 342-0081-466-5391 to give your morning greetings. So you could call me up. The lines are now open. So you can call me and give your morning greetings. Yes. Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning to you, my brother.
Morning, my brother. And how are you this morning?
Good to be in the land of the living.
Yeah, man.
And it's slightly overcast. Morning looking, as usual, precious. Morning to Sharon, Dominic, and by extension the Titans of Democracy, Mr. Chance, Rowley Jr., our constituency guru, Mr. Barataria, Brother Stilden, and I hope everything is all right with the brother Mano. You say you're under the weather. I hope you get wet. Sister Jenny, Sister Carol. It's so much to call Miss Faizabad. Tobago. Hope they're locked on this morning. I locked on as usual, my brother.
Yeah, man.
You have a safe and blessed day.
You too, man. Take care. Bless up.
Yes, King.
Caller, good morning.
Change your world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Good morning to you.
Morning, my brother. How are you doing?
Good morning. Well, 100% spiritually blessed, but, under the weather a little bit, I should say. Trying to get along. Morning to Summer Man. Good morning to 1285 Passy Street. Good morning to girlfriend. Good morning, Miss Jean. Good morning, all the time to get up. Hey, Zina. What are you doing? Good morning to Miss Faizabad. Brother Stilton, Bataria, Mr. Chance, good morning. Jenny and Carol, good morning. Very good morning to you. Jackie and Jackie, good morning. Somebody else missing out there. Good morning, everybody who I forget the Mammy Sauce. Good morning to you. Dominic, good morning to you, my brother. And to the lovely people of Bonnet Gardens and Mount Hope. Good morning. Have a nice one. The people of Piccadilly Street, Duncan Street, and Nelson Street. Love is the answer. And let me say to you guys, that somebody love them, but genuinely, not just at a wink eye. Love is the answer. Bruce, have a nice one and listening. Sharon?
Yeah, man. Take care. Have a blessed one, Manu. 342-0081-466-5391. Caller, good morning.
A blessed morning to you, Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Good morning, my dear. Good morning.
Again, and your family. Blessed love to all you. Praise the Lord for the sunshine morning again in Jesus' name to be in the land of the living. Blessed love to Miss Sharon Felix and her family also blessed. Blessed love to Mr. Dominic also, that I know always want to leave you out. So love, love, love. Blessed love to Mr. Iwer George and his family, thanking him for having us here once more again in this radio station, 91.9, the best station with the views that you all give us. Yes, praise the Lord. Blessed love to Mano, blessed love, blessed love. Blessed love to Oma Oga, Mom Sauce, Angie, Mr. Makuna, Shakra to Lady, Gemma. Gemma, blessed love to you there if you're up. Blessed love to Miss Thomas, my special lady friend. Yes. Blessed love to Deep South. Blessed love to Mr. Professor. Yes, the main man. Oh, yes, of this radio that come out with all the vision lessons for us. Yes, blessed love to my four corners of my areas, Pastor Street, Mover, Beaton, Pastor Street, Paradise Side, blessed love. Let us keep that journey. Guys, hold on. Don't turn back. I was just telling you all of a sudden that message. Don't rock with each other because the race is for the swift, right? And be on that journey. Yes, so blessed love to each and everyone that I live out, Trinidad and Tobago. Love, Yvette and her sister and my own family. Love. Right, Mr. Cruz? Hold on. Right?
Yes, my dear.
Right.
Take care.
Thank the Lord until when the time has reached for us for getting that party time again, right? Okay, I'm telling you. All right, love you.
Three 342-0081 466-5391. Get your greetings in because when I start to go into the papers and Dominic arrives, it's full speed ahead. Caller, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning to everyone. I am on top of the world looking down at creation, and the only explanation I can find is to listen to 91 point. Love everybody. I'm getting ready to work again. Another day with my lady.
Yes.
God bless everyone. Thank you. I have no internet in Trin City, boy. I don't know if it's the weather. But anyway, thank God I have a package on my phone. I could call you anytime.
Nice.
God in charge.
Always.
Love everybody.
Love you too, my dear. Take care.
Thank you.
Caller, good morning.
Precious, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, boss man. What's going on?
Well, after God, I good.
Nice.
So I just want to send my morning greetings to everybody who is listening, all the Titans and around the world. And Mr. Marabella, Mr. Grandi, and Mr. Bahatari, I want to call them all personal. Right? But everybody else, just have a blessed day and do all you have to do for this weather week coming up here.
Yeah, man.
So have a blessed day, sir.
Yeah, man, you too. Take care.
Yeah.
Three 342-0081-466-5391. If there are no more calls, I'm going to get into the papers. Caller, good morning. Sugarmine here near tall boy.
You hear me now?
Hardly hearing you. I know what's going on there with the with your phone. Hardly hearing you, boy.
You hear me now?
But you hear what the phone sounding like? It's sounding like if you're under a pillow and you have the phone under a pillow.
Nah. You hear me now?
A little better. You want to talk up though?
Huh?
You want to talk up? Go ahead.
Yeah. I hope that you wouldn't wait until flood waters get inside the house to come and see that they will watch out. If you ever are seeing abuse, you're supposed to all the people in flood-prone areas to secure yourself, to put all the things on higher ground. Like the farmers, they could have stuff that could be read them. They wait until you get flood out and all your stuff destroyed. So the government could give all your handouts. Maybe stop that very quick. Prevention is better than cure. Very quick in some before in consequence. You see the whole morning just cloudy, and according to what's going on, there will rain now, a little rain later, and more rain to come. Thank you very much, Dee.
Thank you. So with that, let me say good morning to where Dominic gone? To Mr. Dominic Romain. Morning, sir.
Morning, sir. Morning.
I find that background looking like a sexy background, boy.
Like a what?
Like a sexy background.
Oh. So I'm to adjust to this now. This light there, boy. Nah, I don't want Beyonce. None of that.
Oh, gosh. Well,
I got to do.
Well, I'm now looking to get into the papers.
All right, no problem.
All right, so guys, we're going to do that, and then we're going to hand the hot seat over to Mr. Dominic Romain. So, right. So, getting into the Express for today, Tuesday, the 28th of June 2022, headlines in the Express. Ish fights back. Pianco Airport corruption case number 1 collapses after Privy Council rules bias in local courts. Tropical storm heads to TNT. So let's get inside and see what's taking place. So Ish fights back. It's not over yet. Picking up speed. Hunter aircraft going back in. Tropical storm warning number 5. TNT under storm watch. Trinidad and Tobago is under tropical storm warning. Update. Potential cyclone 2 closing in. Tropical storm warning. Well, this was number 4, but we're at 5 now. Orange level for effect. Trinidad and Tobago. Tropical storm warning closes schools. Exams go on unless. Okay, so primary schools and non-exam secondary school classes are to remain closed today as a result of the tropical storm warning in effect in Trinidad and Tobago. Help locate Kimberly 14. The police are seeking the public's help to find 14-year-old Kimberly Caleb. Arima teen missing. Tropical storm force winds 700 miles away. Murder count mounts. Body found under roofing sheet in New Grant. Teen charged with manslaughter. Arima man charged with murder. Murder of pregnant woman is homicide number 252. So these are the stories making way in the Express. Over to the Newsday. Gasperlo fire victim begs, please don't share video of my baby screaming for help. Chief Sec, Tobago prepared for worst case scenario. State witness sues DPP over plea deal. Magistrate throws out public health regulations case. Privy Council on Piaco corruption case. Ex-chief magistrate hopelessly compromised. DPP to decide on future of Piarco case. Khan Ramdial, UNC has no future under Kamla. Trinidad and Tobago COVID-19 deaths cross 4,000. Murder victim found in New Grant lived in Chaguanas. Corporation appeals to TSTT Public Utilities for help. South Trinidad corporations prepare for bad weather. Tropical storm warning issued for Trinidad and Tobago. West Indies complete test series sweep versus Bangladesh. Regional Healthcare gets US $1 million Spanish grant. Young in Suriname for energy talks. John Williams' funeral set for Thursday. Husband of murdered Diego Martin woman calls on shooting survivor. Tell police who did this. Murdered vendor's father still grieving as DNA confirms remains. Independence celebrations still being discussed. Yuma launches Awakened Treasure. Chief Sec to chair meeting on preparation for bad weather. One held, pistol ammo seized in Sealot's Laventil. And these are the stories that are making way in the Newsday. So over to The Guardian. Headlines in The Guardian: storm brewing. Primary schools close as storm approaches. Secondary schools open for CAPE exams only. Education Minister Dr. Nayan Gatsby-Dolly last night announced that primary schools will remain closed today, while secondary schools where CAPE exams are being conducted will remain open for that activity despite the approach of a tropical storm. Some regional corporations handicapped as storm approaches. Otaheite fishermen ready for tropical storm. THA Chief Secretary, we are prepared for worst case scenario. Schools closed today, Tuesday. UNC's Khan weighs packing political bags after Kamla's win. Privy Council quashes McNichols ruling, deems him compromise. Couva North MP congratulates Prasad Bisesa on victory. CTTRC, TSTT's cable theft affecting corporation's disaster response. Chief Secretary on potential tropical cyclone 2. We are prepared for worst case scenario. Tropical storm warning in effect for TNT. 2 COVID deaths, 73 new cases. Crew member on flight to St. Lucia test positive for monkeypox. TNT and Suriname Energy companies sign MOU. Help find missing teen. Supreme Court's abortion ruling sets off new court fights. Girl 15 missing. Teen charged with manslaughter. So these are the stories that are making way in The Guardian, The Express, and The Newsday at this time. So what I'm going to do is hand you over to Mr. Dominic Romain. Yes. Dominic, good morning again, my friend.
Morning, sir. Morning. Right. Seems like the name, right?
Your volume a little low?
Don't know why.
Oh, is it on my side? No, but
probably on your side. Yeah.
When I raise, I get in feedback. So I raise them too high. All right, go ahead.
Just now, let me just check something.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay.
behind the kitchen. Yes, sir. Morning, morning to all of the loyal listeners of the Street 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. and Mrs. Giuseppe, Mr. and Mrs. Regis. Morning, Angie. Morning to Mother Tunapuna. To Patsy Edwards, good morning. Nicole Caesar, good morning to you as well. Jules. Teresa Conliffe, good morning. If there's one thing Bruce I had to say about Teresa, Teresa as well enjoy herself, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, she enjoys life, boy. Wow. For that. Yeah. But that's how it's supposed to be. You know? Manu, good morning. Good morning to Alison Samuel and Louise Matura. Louise, well, if Louise, I don't know if Louise is listening, but Louise, if you're listening, so you post something on Facebook there. So we need the same jurisdiction, so we need to hook up. Anyway, yeah, and to all the loyal trolls as well. Good morning, all of you. But Bruce, I see you in studio bright and early. I know usually when rainfalling is have a challenge, so I guess then.
Well, fortunately, though, it didn't start falling when I left home.
Right.
So, I have a partner coming and pick me up after work, so.
Yeah. Brace, boy, brace.
Right?
I say you went to Price Mart and wherever yesterday to do.
Who, me?
All that
I don't mean that nonsense. I don't mean that at all. I know you're accustomed making your groceries and stuff as you normally do, and
yeah.
That is it.
Yeah, well, you know, it will have the trolls, the UNC trolls who will say, well, people can't afford to buy things and stock up. They live in day to day. Yeah. I listen to these guys. I just get the impression that the whole country struggling. True. Everybody. But yet still, well, and what I noticed is that when you talk about say morning to Alison Haynes as well, when you talk about the malfeasance of the UNC, right, which they don't like you to talk about, and you bring up and you highlight all of the ills that took place between 2010 to 2015, which in large measure has the country's economic state where it is today. They can't defend. The first thing they do is jump out and talk. We on the station like to talk race, and we're not talking about the high price of food and the state of crime in this country. People the likes of Dudnat Meru, Tapish, I can't remember Tapish last name. And have a few others of them, right? Because they cannot deny that their party symbolizes corruption, right? There's ample evidence to that. And I always say, we don't need to go back to 1995 to 2001, albeit that 1995 to 2001 is now in the spotlight because of the latest developments with this Piaco Airport issue.
Yeah.
Right? But if we were to go back to that period of time, I mean, really? 2010 to 2015 had enough corruption for us to talk about for the next 100 years. And if the good citizens of this Trinidad were to put God out of their thoughts to put these people back in 2025, well, boy, pressure. So, I mean, chalk and cheese. I haven't been up to date with what are the pronouncements from the illiterati with respect to this Ishan Steve matter. I have seen, some of them. It's unfortunate when they don't understand basics. So again, they're going to try to say that this is because the government is incompetent and the Attorney General and whatnot and whatnot. No, it hasn't to do with that. But again, because you all are predominantly the members of the Headline Readers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, well, you don't read articles. You just read headline and...
I forget that team, I forget that team.
Yeah. Jump out itself and start a comment showing their ignorance, right? That's the Privy Council that basically said that Sherman McNichols, late former chief magistrate, should have recused himself because they felt that he was compromised. There was some issue with Clico at the time offering to repurchase some piece of land from him, from HCL, some piece of money and all kind of thing. And yeah, so they felt that he was compromised and therefore he ought not to have presided over that matter.
Over the matter.
Yeah. And basically as a result of that, saying, well, you have to restart the preliminary inquiry and give the men a fair chance this time. Right? Let it be heard by a magistrate who is not compromised and who has no horse in this race. Right? So after 22 years, we had to endure another 22 years. You know how long, how preliminary inquiries in this country go. So at that time, Nisha and Steve will be pushing up daisies. I don't think both of them have another 22 years because they advanced in age, So I ain't foresee another 22. So we might be trying them posthumously. Yeah? Yeah. And I think the population is groups of these things. It seems that persons in high society are immune from persecution in this country. They are able to afford these high-priced lawyers who could drag these matters out in the court forever and a day. But again, these attorneys, for them, it's about the money. It's not about justice for the country or whatever. They don't care about that. When they go to law school and study for how much years, for a lot of them, the whole mindset, the whole motivation is how much money I can make when I pass out when I call to the bar. And we would have highlighted on many an occasion that is the problem. Because I was having a discussion with an attorney recently about this issue of them wanting to take on so many clients that they are leaving the judicial system hamstrung, because when matters are called and you all have 2 and 3 clients to represent on the same day, right? And at the same time, and when one matter called in one courtroom, you're all dealing with another matter in another courtroom, and the judge or the magistrate had to stand down the matter until you all are available. And she's saying to me, well, there's no problem. The court need to schedule better. I said, how the court doing that? The court supposed to call you and say, yeah, what now? You have how many clients you have appearing today? What time you want? She want 9 o'clock for this one and 11 for the next one and 1 for the next one. So the court must work their schedule around you because you want to take on too many clients because it's the either. But that is what it is. So they really not, to some extent, some of these attorneys are not about justice, they're not about the client's well-being. It's about, let me see how much money I could make, and the more I can have these matters stood down, the more you ought to pay me.
Exactly, because when the attorney not ready,
yeah,
right, and you, even if they reach in the court with you,
yeah,
and they come and they say, well, we're not ready.
Yeah,
you ought to pay for that person to say, we're not ready.
Mm-hmm.
They could have sent me in the court and let me tell the judge we ain't ready,
Yeah. And yeah, they were tell, well, I paid for you. I came. But the court, you see what went on there? Now, in some cases, the defendant happy because the longer this matter drag out, I outside, I free. So, somehow we go find the money and pay. And then what? Justice delayed is justice denied. You have more and more cases coming to add to the burden of the court. Nothing happening. So you'll add, so that's Ish and Steve to add to Ram Logan and Ramdeen and whoever else to come. So I would have highlighted on Sunday, Bruce, and I played a clip of the leader of the opposition during her meeting on Friday in Pinang, which I consider to be another farce, just like the election. I mean, she go on there and give me another chance and so on. Come, I didn't need to do that. You don't know you was going to win already.
And?
Right? Yeah, that was a foregone conclusion. All those clowns in the UNC who talking about Rowley must go and have an issue with the leader of the PNM. Focus on the leader of your party. Forget the PNM, that's not all your business. Right? That's not all your business. This woman that you all keep propping up on this pedestal. But as I say, Trinidad Killer saying, come down from there, Rowley. I saying, stay up there like Sheila. You stay right up there on that pedestal that they put you. Yeah, you don't come down from there. I was supposed to send you something, Bruce.
So it's already?
Huh?
Your son is already?
No.
Oh.
this now, huh? Let me see. But you'll I'll sign it for you and then we'll play it when we come back.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. Because as with this Trinidad Killer guy, he has, he was a part of the campaign. He has been very vocal against Dr. Rowley and the PNM for quite some time. I don't know what they did to him, but that's not my business. So
you mean we didn't get?
Yeah. Well, in the clip, I'll show you what he wanted from, as he say, Tanti, yeah, anti-cams, and he flashing the paisa, the filthy lucre, right, that he would have taken to, yeah. As I said, every man clearly has their price. So
he was
parading up and
begging the other day.
Yeah. Well, he find his cash cow now. Yeah. So I suppose only going to try and make a song for the local government, so he could eat our food. As he said, Tanti does allow you to eat our food. Yeah. Yeah. But the PNM allow
they only want to eat our food.
That's what it is.
They don't want to. They want to eat our food. Well, continue.
Yeah. And to what end? To what end? And I continue to ask the question, what has the UNC offered in the last 7 years, 6.5, 7 years, to convince you that they are worth another chance at government? Other than trip, lies, propaganda, that's all they do. Nothing else. Nothing else of substance. Right? They have not come to you and said, well, we could do this, the government failed here, and this is how we would fix it, and the government has failed there, and this is what we would do, and nothing of the sort. Well, they're looking to go and dig up in people's personal business, dig up in people's banking information, to come and post up stuff. Well, they're going all the way back to 2015 to talk about, to impugn people's character, to talk about plagiarism and so on. Yeah? So they forget about like Sheila bringing the letter to Parliament that caused 2 ministers to lose their job. And then the author of the letter said, is the UNC told him to do that. Wow. Let's forget him thing. But we mustn't go back to 2010 and 2015. Well, I'm glad that this Piarco Airport matter has come up because it has opened the door for us to go back to 1995 to 2001. Yeah? So, Central, morning. If you ain't like it, lay down close to it, as my mother used to say. And your business. Yeah? But we will revisit 1995 to 2000 to double down. That 20 years, the amount of corruption that the UNC committed. Right? 11 years, no? Right over PNM. 11 years. Now what you all do? Rape the treasury. Well, they want a chance to finish the work. Tell Sheila go home and lie down now. Every time the woman, like her dentures need adjustment. As I say in Sunday, she add an extra H to the word asphalt. There's now asphalt. Asphalt. So well, I didn't know that 2H. Apparently her dentures put a second H, so what we gonna do? You know the members of our party, that's how they're going to pronounce it now, like asphalt, because the leaders say so. But PNM is a cult, eh? They're a bunch of jokers. Yeah? Horrible. What is that? Horrible. Really? I mean, if it is going to go as lady, make it easy for us to listen now. Right? I don't want to get understanding UNC speeches for dummies. Like, wait, hold on. What she say there? All right, it's horrible. Wait, just now, what page is that? Okay, right. Asphalt, she say there? Okay, all right. No, I should not be going. Should I have to listen to this lady, Bruce? You know? I need a translator. What she just say? And that is without the influence of substances, eh? Right. So you can imagine when her tongue heavy, what is probably going?
The things that the want of power is doing.
Yeah.
I would have done come out of that race long time, Dominic.
Long time.
That ain't making no sense, man. At the end of the day, after one time is another, you know?
Yeah.
Come out, get somebody else to hold the reins and do what they have to do. You're holding on to, we're holding on to.
Yeah.
That ain't making no sense, man.
Bruce, is power, plain and simple, as power coming up beside this someone. She wants to go back to, the helicopter rides, and she wants out. She walk in her room and, well, right now the only time anybody stands up in a room when she come in is in the UNC. Anybody, waste her time. Anybody else have time with her, so that's what she want. Yeah, she want Vedawati and they to spend another 5 years in the Prime Minister's residence at the expense of taxpayers, right? All of the friends, family, and financiers who eat her food, they want more because if you want them to pelt out money for the next election, hey, and I know they're looking at the local government election really to give them that uplift, because if it is that they are successful in wresting districts from the PNM, it would bode well for their chances in 2025. Now again, I make the point and I reach out to the powers that be in the PNM. We need to work on the public relations. The UNC beating the PNM when it comes to PR, Bruce.
Yep, that is very
beating the PNM because they're posting all kind of misinformation on social media, and because it seems plausible, right? It seems as if a level of research may have gone into it. You have people who you will think to be right-thinking citizens sharing this trash.
Yep.
But I love when they share it, because I will jam them. I'm a group called Real Chinese Discuss. I think so. And there's a woman by the name of Susan Jurawan, right? So she said some stupidness from this guy, Dr. Real Talk in Real Time. I was sending it to her to play where he did this live. And I love when they're so brave to do these lives. So talk about those to the government, where they tell you about the price of wheat and the price of flour, and always because of the war in Ukraine, but Trinidad imports flour and wheat from India and Turkey and here, there and whatnot. And he went and Google, and we need to do research and stuff. The same Google that he used, the same Google I used to pull up one article to mash it up. Right? But you're so bright and you do big research and you're so brave, you want to do this thing and post it because you know your listening public, the members of the illiterati, right? Who are too intellectually lazy and they like propaganda and wouldn't go and do research. I love when all they share it. And when I see it come across my timeline, I will embarrass you with facts. But that is what we need, more people in the PNM to do that. You need a Facebook profile like you see how kick out the PNM is. Them could push propaganda, I've fed up debunk their nonsense. And I went straight to them. I'm not responding to the person who shared it. I go in and kick out the PNM page under the post and put my stuff in there. And guess what? You will see 600-700 comments. And not one of them will respond to what I put because they know it's the truth. Because the minute you respond, I'll jam you. I love when you all decide to challenge me. And that is why when I bring here, you all could call and talk all kind of crap, but not one all here could ever call and say, I lie, or say I'm incorrect, because you always quote sources. And that's what you all can't deal with. Do not mirror. Yeah? The man who, big counselor, but you're encouraging people to burn tire and damage the road further when the same problem, the same thing that he was quarreling about, just lower down the road. Wassa was fixing the same issue.
Yeah.
And Wassa had to put out a statement stating they're fixing it and look. And you know that, but it's just bacchanal they like. But and he wanted to be the head of the Superior Regional Corporation.
Dominic,
right. Yes, boss.
You go to the break, and we'll be right back.
I'll send you in. Yeah.
Keep it up.
Somebody scream! All of this work hard, just put up all your hands up and wait. I say wait. I say wait. Everybody sing! Look, here is the price of rum in the bar. Tell them! Oh, but the money still gathered from the pocket. Look, there is the price of rum in the budget. No, but the money still gathered from the pocket. In the pot, put your hand in the air. Hand in the air. How you feeling? Give me a wave. I said wave. I said wave. I said man, there's work real hard together with the wife to make sure things good for the family. with my wife. I's a man who drink and drive. My only vice is the party. I know they raise the price of rum in the budget. Everybody sing! No, but the money still can't done from it.
Are you ready?
John chapter 8, verse 32 says, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Tuning to the Street 91.9 FM every Tuesday from 6:30 to 7 p.m. for the program Walking in Truth with me, Pastor Gary Grant from Walking in the Spirit Ministries. Come, let's discuss how Christ Jesus can set you free. God bless you.
If your hands are anointed, and if your feet are anointed,
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko in Sangre Grande, for the old-time gospel hour all-night prayer. This and every Friday evening on the Street 919 FM from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God." Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Brown Eyes Promotion presents All White Affair Cooler Cruise on Sunday the 3rd of July 2022 on board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding at the Port of Spain waterfront, Ryston Road in Port of Spain at 2 p.m. Sailing 3 p.m. Music by Sensational Sammy, Dr. Ross, and the guest DJ Selector Mafia. Advance tickets are $200. Pay more at the door. For more information and for tickets, contact Romeo at 748-9335 or Sweet Vanilla at 793-7425. No oversized coolers or glass bottles allowed.
We out and bad in the people better we call them trouble.
Trinidad, get ready for the grown folks affair. Sexy in White. Saturday, 2nd July. At Rockback, the Anchorage Shagaramas. From 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. DJs Clyde the Outlaw, Foreign Bass, and Ishmael the Demolition Man. Special guest artist, Colonel Roberts.
Yeah, it's your boy Colonel Kitch Roberts here, and it's all about Sexy in White, July the 2nd at the Anchorage. I will be there with all my songs, and I even touching some of my father classics as well.
Only medium coolers allowed. Get your tickets now at Crosby St. James, Sion's Beer Garden, San Fernando. For tickets and more info, call 375-2257 or log on to www.freeupal.com. Sexy in White, Saturday, 2nd July at Rockback, the Anchorage Shagaramas.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me." John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 6 686-3845, 349-5178 or 342-7303.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108. Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle every Monday from 9:05 a.m. to 9:55 a.m. right here on the street 919 FM.
Are you experiencing terror, experiencing pain, poor mood, stress driving you insane? Free yourself from all this hell. Fountain of life yet to make you well. Dispel all the ills that your body stores and prevent yourself from producing more. Don't worry, nothing will trouble you. Cause the fountain of life here to protect you. For info, call 620-9379 or 309-4697.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And it's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. Don't know.
Good about I'm looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-595-9, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat, I look like it's not wet.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're locked on to the Street 919 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Romaine and Bruce Wayne.
Messenger.
Yes.
Bruce on Messenger.
On Messenger?
Yeah.
Well, I sort out the volume issue. Was the computer here.
Okay. Yeah, so when exactly is this storm supposed to hit?
Actually, sometime during the course of the day, I think closer to lunchtime, but the place overcast right now.
Okay.
I still didn't know how much sharing this.
The first one, with Trinidad Killer and the misleader of the opposition. was shamelessly have this man referring to the Prime Minister as a dog. Right?
He, by, I don't know.
Shamelessly so. And as I would have played on Sunday, where at her meeting on Friday, she referred to the Prime Minister as a donkey fool. I made the point, Bruce, that they were so incensed and so upset over Mrs. Regis simply calling Kamala by her full name. That was an insult, and it was an attack on the leader of the opposition. All of that. Patong, Marsha Walker, come out to do a whole life to cuss out the PNM and Dr. Rowley, and who is push back and push back. But here it is, that your leader, same leader who only run out of herself to defend because she was so upset over the fact that Mrs. Regis has mentioned her full name, calls the Prime Minister a donkey fool, and that's acceptable. That's all right. And then now you're paying a man to sing a song to call the Prime Minister a dog. And that this guy has no shame. Well, the UNC was able to buy out his shame, that he will go to FETs, parties where he is contracted to perform, and bringing politics into the thing to talk about Rowley's a dog and all of that, right? You need to be mindful of the fact that as an entertainer, that when you go to these events, not everybody there supports the UNC, unless of course you know it's a UNC event. But if you go to a general event where you are invited, understand there will be persons there who would take offense.
I see he do that stripping somewhere he went. And I was saying, I was telling someone, I say, he is going to destroy his own self by doing that. You don't do them thing.
Correct.
You at an event, and an event doesn't have one particular party supporters unless the party itself is keeping that event. You understand? Correct. You can't do, you will mash up yourself.
Because you don't even know if the promoters are the FET or PNM.
Exactly.
What do you think is okay? Why? Because as you see in one of the clips, Tanti is handler. Tanti is like eat her food. Eh? So they're paying this guy to do this stupidness. And he's proud to do it. Whatever his angst is with the PNM. I think it probably started with some, I can't remember which election it was, some big song he had at the time. And the claim is that one of the candidates from Point Fortune or somewhere down on that side there was using his song for their campaign, and he was upset about it, and he felt he needed to be compensated. And when he went to see compensation and had some altercation, and he didn't like how it went, and yeah, whatever it is. At the end of the day, you need to draw the line somewhere, right? Because I don't see any other artist doing that stupidness.
Exactly.
They know what time it is. But then when you get blacklisted and nobody inviting you to perform in the FET and so on, you're vexed.
Yeah, because have people don't want that political thing going on in this stuff, you know, them don't want that nonsense. Them, at the end of the day, this is my event. I am keeping an event here. I invite you to come and perform at my event. I'm not on that political thing.
Correct.
Right? My event has a wider range of supporters from all different backgrounds of life. I don't want that. Don't bring that politics here.
Because you actually jeopardizing the people, because in future when this promoter put out that, people say no, me going na.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Them encouraging that stupidness. I not going to nothing they are putting on. Yeah. You have it up there?
Yeah.
The first one with him and Kamala.
All right.
Rowley, a dog! Look how widely crying it in the country is now. Rowley, come down. Rowley, a dog!
And she clapping for that.
Yes. Because she like that. So they call you Kamala Sushila Pasabi Sessa. That was so upsetting. Right? But you have this clown calling the Prime Minister a dog. And you're clapping. Yes. Disrespect him, yes, that's what we like. Yeah? Another potong to put in the UNC kennel. And she got, come killer. Renard Killer, come. Come. Sick him. Do tish. Yeah? Fool. I don't care. It has nothing to do if you're making money, whatever it is, as the case may be. Were you willing to sell your soul for that?
How long are you making the money for, boy?
Exactly. How long? You see who they like to use for that, right?
Well, you wouldn't see you wouldn't see them calling Ravi B.
No. At least Ravi B sense than that. Yeah. But this fool. The next one, you had to cut it short because it have a part of it is profanity. So after he says what the PNM, the first what the PNM do for you, just cut it right there.
Alright, let me see. People, I'm going to try to use my very quick hands.
Yeah, you will have time because he says that what the PNM will do for a second time. So before.
Alright, so.
Until make sure I have a food. Until make sure I have a food. What PNM doing?
Stop right there.
Yeah.
You see, right? How Auntie does make sure you have our food? Right. So if you wanted proof, so it's not that he's genuine supporter of the UNC, and he may be, but he has a price. Right? Auntie giving him that paisa, that filthy lucre to do what it is he doing. To be disrespecting the Prime Minister all over the place, much to the amusement of the United National Congress and the supporters. So he was most prominent there in her meetings, in her star team, Kamala's star team, the cult of personality team, most present. Right? And and they like that. They like that. All the Prime Minister kind of nasty name donkey, fool and dog. That good. That nice, eh? You members of the illiterati, all you like that.
You're not catching.
We call all it dunce, all it vex.
You're not catching.
That's why we call you all dunce.
The entertainers from the East Indian entertainers getting themselves caught up in that.
They're not. They're smarter than that.
Understand? You're not getting them to get themselves caught up in that nonsense.
Correct.
Fellas and them will sell their soul, yes?
Yeah. What an embarrassment.
Dominic, all the PNM, I am PNM. I'm not going to nobody event to talk anything about PNM, you know. When I come to the event, for me to do my thing, I come to do my thing, mash up the place. And if I am in a PNM event, you go see Bacchanal.
Yeah.
You understand? Come on, let's have a time and place for everything, man.
Yeah. But it speaks to the caliber of leader that Kamala Prasad says. And I made the point on Sunday, for all the politics and Dr. Rowley do like Kamala and Kamala do like Dr. Rowley. Whenever Dr. Rowley has to refer to Kamala, he always refers to her as Mistress Prasad Bissessa, Kamala Prasad Bissessa, right? He don't go down to her level to be calling nasty names and all kind of nonsense, right? Now, you know, he might poke a little fun sometimes, not necessarily in reference to her, but like with Wade Mark when he tried to imitate Wade Mark's voice and so on. But to say to go down to the nasty level that she going on to, would bring a performer to be calling the Prime Minister a dog, right? Singing his songs, calling the Prime Minister a dog, and then you add insult to injury by calling the Prime Minister a donkey fool. And that's okay. That happened since Friday. Today's, what, Tuesday? Where's the outrage?
Who apologizing for that, boy?
Right. Where are all the men and women of letters, Bruce, who was quick to run to the Prasad Bissessa's defense? And I'm talking about people who supported the US here. People who felt, who are supposed to be high society, who know to run and send letter to the editor in the newspapers to say that Mrs. Regis was disrespectful and that she should apologize to Mrs. Prasad Bissessa. So you're trying to tell me that Mrs. Regis calling Kamala Prasad Bissessa by her full name is worse than Kamala calling the Prime Minister a donkey fool? And what's worse is the fact that even if you could say, well, you know, there was a UNC meeting and it was probably just carried on the UNC Facebook page and what? No, they would have had it on I think, TV Jagrati, right? And further to that, it was replayed, it was broadcast on I-95 on Saturday morning, or Saturday afternoon, right? So they've now taken to posting her speeches just as the PNM would do after a PNM meeting, and they would replay Dr. Rowley's speech.
Yeah.
UNC has now gone to I-95, which they know is predominantly PNM supporters. Why are you doing that? How many UNC supporters listen to that station, which they know or is perceived to be PNM leaning, right? So clearly, you want the PNM listeners to hear that. So what do you think the PNM listeners would do? Are you really trying to attract PNM listeners and sending a clip to be played on a station that you know is listened heavily by PNM supporters and call the Prime Minister a donkey fool? And you think that is going to cause PNM supporters to gravitate to you so that you could win the next election? How stupid can one person be? And every time this woman opens her mouth, she continues to demonstrate to the population how the depth of her stupidity, abject stupidity. Because the point that she was making when she called the Prime Minister a donkey fool was to say, well, she was referencing the fact that the Prime Minister mentioned the huge bill that the state would have to incur to pay just back pay alone, the amount of money that they would have to borrow in order to pay back pay. And her argument was he's a donkey fool because if he had sense, instead of letting the back pay back up, what he would have done would have paid them since 2016, and he would have settled that period, and then he would have settled the period for 2019, whatever it is, and then so you would only have the current period to deal with. And I made the point, if she, like Sheila, and her band of 40 thieves didn't raid the treasury, didn't take the exchequer account from $10 billion in overdraft to $33 billion. That $23 billion difference, that it boggles my mind. What the hell will you spend that money on? Dr. Rowley would not need to borrow. He would have been able to settle those wage agreements, notwithstanding the fact that when they came in 2015, money was paid, right? Don't forget that. Arrears that they left, right? 23 billion in the face of. That is separate and apart from the highest news in this country's history that her government enjoyed, according to her. She said that. So all this high energy revenues that you got, what do you do with that extra 23 billion? What was that spent on? Because all of the major projects, the billion-dollar projects that you all spend money on, it was borrowed. You borrowed money for the Cuba Hospital from the Chinese. You borrowed money for the Aquatic Center. You borrowed money for the Cycling Center, right? All these major projects, you borrowed money. So where exactly did this highest energy revenues in the country's history go? I am confused. You know, let's say you're taking $7 billion to build the Point 14 highway. And we know why you did that. It was to avoid the scrutiny of the E. Because, you know, if you had done that, if you had taken the loan from the IDB, which is the smart thing to do, right? But Rowley is the donkey fool. But you are the one, your administration took $7 billion from the Treasury to build a highway. And those are not the actions of a donkey fool. Well, if it isn't, I don't know what is. But you know why you did that. So you would have had the leeway to be able to remove the clause that now has the country in the situation that it is. Because if you had taken that loan from the IDB, no way in hell they would have allowed you to do that, right? But it allowed you free reign because we funded this thing for ourselves, so nobody had to tell us nothing. There's no oversight. So we could engage in any amount of corruption that we want to, and we don't have to report to anybody. That's why they did that. Do not Meru, but you want me to talk about the high price of food, as if it's only Trinidad and Tobago. Talk about the high crime rate, as if between 2010 to 2015 it had no crime. One of the worst crimes ever in this country's history took place under Kamala Prasad Bissessa, when that family was murdered up in, I can't remember if it was somewhere up in Arima Blanche, she says somewhere there, where they killed the mother, the young baby, the grandmother, and they kidnapped the schoolgirl. Remember that? Who that happened under? Do not. When in 2011, crime was out of control. And what did your government do? Call a state of emergency and lie to the population and say, we have credible information that something is about to happen that would make the 1990 coup look like a tea party. You remember that? Do not. You remember that? Crime was not out of control then. What did you do? You had anything to say about crime then? Do not? Or you was eating our food? That's what you was doing. Your mouth was full so you couldn't talk. But today you have mouth. Seriously?
Power, boy. Power, Dominic. Power. Everybody want power, boy.
Yeah. That's all they want. We don't forget to know. Members of the literati, the waterfront ilk, you all probably forget, conveniently, but we don't forget, do not. So when all they want to come on the live and talk nonsense, talk foolishness, well, they want to talk about the high price of food. Wait, what is the name of Kid Rowley's import company? Rowley imports food? Of his grocery. Call me whatever grocery? They choosing to mark up the price of things. But you see, Well, I know that is the kind of dotish talk that will appeal to members of the illiterati. Not here, not this station. This station is listened to primarily by persons with sense. You could peddle that nonsense on 97.5, 104.7. No? Them stations. Peddle that dotishness and do politics.
Dominic, so because I take the time out to understand what's happening in the world, so I will know what is going on in my country.
Yeah.
I am PNM stooge.
Yes, that's what they'll call it. That you're not about country. Yeah, well, here what do not your leader say party before country. Yeah? She say that. Study party, don't study country. You understand? Country will come second. Because the same, I'll send that clip for you too, Bruce. Just real talk in real time. Just fool. I think he's so smart. Talking about, don't bother with the government and they're trying to mislead the people and stuff because we import wheat from India and so on. The same Google that he looked to find that information, where Trinidad and Tobago imports wheat from, if he had done his research, at the same time, he would have seen that India has now banned the export of wheat because of domestic supply concerns. So India's seen about itself, country foods. Right? The wheat that we produce in here, that's what we people do. Forget the rest of the world. We have time for that right now. So obviously, if India, which is a major exporter of wheat, saying we're not exporting our wheat right now, what we have, we keep in for ourselves. Obviously, that is going to add to the stress with respect to global supply. And if supply is down and demand is high, what do you think does go on, do not? The price must go up, do not?
You surely understand that basic economics?
That's it. Right? They only understand home economics. Yeah. But every time you all peddle that stupidness, it just goes to reinforce why we call you all dunce. Maybe you all just deliberately, or you all probably like that label. So you continue to spread propaganda that would just say, oh God, but yeah. No surprise where it come from. Yeah? And then you have this clown, the dog liar. Because, and Kamala Prasad is so nasty and disingenuous, that on Friday when she was talking, and this is the thing that upsets me with this woman. To say that I don't like Kamala Prasad is an understatement. That's just putting it mildly, right? Euphemistic. I don't want to go down to their level to express how I truly feel about this woman. If only that's nothing to do with her personally. It's just that her politics is nasty and disgusting. That you come on your platform, right, and you're looking to introduce because she realizes when she tries to speak on a certain level, if she tries to speak issues that are a little complex, it goes over the head of her supporters. She knows that the IQ level is lower than the white line on the road. Right? So you need to introduce a little humor from time to time when she see they start to yawn. She know, hey, they're thinking about the gazoo in the car trunk. So let me throw in some humor before they walk outside and open the trunk and I lose the crowd. Right? So she talks about bundles. Bundles is a name that Anil Roberts uses to describe the Minister of Education. Yeah? And she says, the Minister of Education on Friday in the Parliament talk about education and education and education. Anil, what's the name you have for her? Bundles. I don't know why they just call this woman Bundles, no? You damn lie. Wow. The only person who calls the Minister of Education Bundles is Anil Roberts. And in his Doglaya Politics program, which she listens to, which is where she would have heard him refer to the minister as Bundles, right? She knows the nasty insinuations that Anil Roberts makes about the Minister of Education. She knows that. Because I know she listens. For her to say, Anil, what name is called her, it tells me she listens to Doglaya Politics and she hears the nastiness. Right? The lies that he spreads. So she's well aware and she applauds that, just like she applauds Trinidad Killer calling the Prime Minister dog. That is the depth of her politics. That you can't keep it civil. Okay? And Dr. Rowley's level. And that is why he will always be a cut above you. Because as Jolene John say, when they go low, we go below the pavement. Yeah, but and that's where you all belong.
You know what? That's still... When the name calling things start, right? Everybody does want apology and this and that and really, but you all start calling names and then you can't take it. So why go down that road?
Yeah.
You want to play dirty politics, but when dirty politics start, you want apology and this and that, and your followers, they want apology. It's no apology in this thing. You start dirty politics, we going down the dirty politics road.
Yeah. Exactly. And you're facilitating your supporters and doing the same thing. Not that they really need any encouragement from you, because they're just as deplorable as she is.
I find that name calling thing it don't make no sense. You're in the political game, you know, is a certain cloth, as I say, a certain cloth you wear when you're in the political game, and you do your thing.
Yeah.
But you want to start dirty politics, you know, let's make your point, so to say, and then when the dirty politics come back at you, is a whole different story. That ain't making no sense, man.
Correct.
That ain't making no sense.
And it speaks to a party that is actually bereft, right? That can't speak anything of sense. He cannot come and speak on current affairs with a level of sensibility. So everything is couture and bacchanal. So anything that goes on, you always start to talk about tight pants, super two pants tight, small pin, and hairy back. And this man is a senator, right? That is the IQ level of the UNC. You all can't discuss issues on a sensible level, right? Because sense just doesn't become that party. All they know is couture, bacchanal, propaganda. Yeah, that's what you all like to. That's what you all are about. So he want to make insinuations that this one with the prime minister and that one with, you know, I don't even listen to that crap. It's just sometimes it might pop up on my timeline for whatever reason. Somebody who's my friend share it, and I would see it, and I would probably listen to a little bit of it to see if it have anything in there that would motivate me to put it up to expose him for the liar that he is. And most of the time it's just filth. And the Roberts needs to have a toilet bowl handle, toilet tank handle, side of his face, and every time he talk, he just need to pull it and flush his mouth. And then he needs to have a bale of toilet paper. And every time he talk, he needs to eat one roll for what comes out. Yeah? And what is in his head. He's a nasty individual. And then you members of the UNC who support him, it's clear that the only thing between the space between all hairs inside the cranium is an echo. Nothing else. Yeah? So everything he says just reverberates inside it. So you all have a brain to think for yourself. Just mush. But we just continue to expose all here, but your leader is shameless. Shameless. And if she thinks, and I don't understand who thought it was a good idea to rebroadcast that on I-95. Because all you would manage to do is just to incense PNM supporters more. And even if you may have had some PNM supporters who may say, well, okay, I disgruntled with the party for whatever reason and stuff, and say, they wouldn't say they're going to vote for you. They would probably say, I'm not voting. But at the end of the day, when they listen to you being so disrespectful and nasty, if it's one thing the UNC knows how to do, Bruce, is to galvanize support for the PNM when it may seem that such support might be waning. So when in the 2020 election, when they came out with those racist ads with the bananas and stuff, people got upset. People who weren't even inclined to vote say, nah, well, you're too damn disrespectful. No vote for you. I go and make sure I cast my ballot for the PNM to make sure you all don't come back into power. Yeah? They always know what to do to rile up people. We love that. You all continue to do that. Right? Continue to do that. I mean, I still await to see if there's going to be any uproar over her calling the Prime Minister donkey fool. But
nothing ain't going to come out of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing ain't going to come out of that.
Yeah.
Had that been the other way around,
what? It would
have been all over the papers.
Yeah. The headline would have been donkey fool.
Yeah, it would have been all over the papers.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But that nothing ain't going to come out of that. Not one thing ain't going to come out of that.
Yeah.
That going to stay there, die a natural death until the next disrespectful tone, and they're going to continue like that.
Correct.
But I like what you're saying earlier. You know, the PR needs to step up a bit.
Yeah.
You know, and let me concentrate on that. You know, that kind of way. Let me concentrate. Let them continue to go low under the white line, and we will continue to go high, because at the end of the day, when we try to get caught up in that, you have to apologize because you say this and you say that and you say the other, and that is unacceptable, and you know, all of a sudden everybody know what is etiquette.
Yes.
Right? All of a sudden everybody knows etiquette. So you know what?
Yeah.
Let them continue the way they're going.
Yeah.
And let me start to work on the PR.
But somebody needs to call them out, Bruce, because when you, and I said, politics is the politics.
Yeah.
But when it says that you have, again, and it speaks to Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, her shortcomings when it comes to judgment. You put Anna Roberts, who is a senator, all right? And when you have this man with K, could post, because he has a radio program from 6 to 9 in the morning, and he repeats the nonsense that he speaks on his Douglaya politics, on his doubles and coffee, that you can have this man disrespecting the president of the republic, making insinuations that the president is a lesbian, and you don't denounce him for that. You applaud it, right? And then you have members of your party doing the same thing, sharing this foolishness. Because I have a friend who I know to be a supporter of the PNM, but whenever they kick out the PNM or whoever just put out their post that seems logical, he will send it to me on WhatsApp. You're always challenging me. Let me see you defend this now. Let me see you defend that now. And within seconds of him sending me that, Bruce, I will send him an article or something. I'll be like, nah, boy, you ain't easy. Yeah, you could defend your party good, you know. All right, yeah. I said, Papi, you ain't realize that by now. I tell you, you need to stop sending me this thing. Anything you send me, I will give you the evidence to refute it. I say, I give this game too long. These clowns that have nothing they could post out that to fool me. I know how to do research, but they know there's a significant number of people out there who are intellectually lazy, who will see this thing, and because it supports the narrative that they want to push, they're going to go out there and talk that. They sit down by the rum shop and they're drinking, they turn around their beers. Boy, you see this thing? I see something on Facebook there with Trinidad importing the flour from, but they say it's Ukraine. Yeah, boy, I see that too, boy. Right. And that's how you talk to spread like wildfire, you know, Bruce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One time everybody automatically come to the conclusion that the government lying.
Correct. Where is the counter to that? Where is the counter to that from this side? Where is the social media response to all of this propaganda and that is being peddled on Facebook that makes the government look as insensitive and uncaring when it is untrue? I understand the ministers can't be calling a press conference every Monday morning to refute this and refute that. True. No, that is the responsibility of the social media arm of the party to address these issues.
And address it hard.
Address it hard. Push back. But you cannot be allowing these things to just be out there and it going out there and people are sharing it, because when you look at this thing, there's 1,600 shares, 2,200 shares. You know how many people that reaching? And when it is people seeing this thing and they're not seeing a counter to say, well, this is not the truth or whatever it is, they're just going to run with it and say, right, that is true. Sometimes it might come up. Unfortunately, we have a program here that we could discuss it and we could raise the issue and present the facts. But Trinidad and Tobago doesn't listen to it. But there are soldiers out there like Deanne Charles, Deanne Joseph, and others who are fighting the good fight. Good morning to these ladies. You know, they take the fight to them on Facebook. People like Vitus and others who are doing human service for the PNM on social media. You know, these are the guys that we need to be using as a resource to help things. Diane is always on the ball. She does stick. She quick on the draw as soon as they put out something. It's there. You know? Yeah. People like Daryl Knight and these guys. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, we need to do something about that, man. Because I mean, it continues on a daily basis.
Daniel Knight, sorry. Yeah.
People, as somebody says, watch me, real quick to believe a lie, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's very, very quick to believe a lie, and people will run with that. People will run with that.
Yep. So work needs to be done because we have a local election to fight, and if we didn't take lesson from what happened in Arima with that by-election, right? I don't know what else to say. I really don't know what else to say. We could only do so much. Yeah? And I also want to, before we open the line, just reach out to some of the PNM councillors, right? You all need to buck up. You all really, really need to buck up. Because I said, you could lose an election not necessarily by your supporters choosing to vote for the other side. It's just by your supporters choosing not to vote.
Yep. Which has happened too many times in the past.
Correct. Because if they're dissatisfied with the candidate, that you are the incumbent, and they feel that your performance is subpar, and you return as the candidate, they just will not vote for you.
Yeah.
It's not at the end, and they need to understand this. It is not always about voting for the party. There are people who support the party who vote for, they want stuff done. And it cannot be, and as I refer to it as the low-hanging fruit, that when you have a road, a minor road, with just some small potholes that could be fixed with a little patchwork, and you're not doing that, and then you're seeing it, you're driving over it because you live in the area, and you see it, and you do absolutely nothing about it, right? You're only shooting yourself in the foot if it is that you intend to contest a second term. Because of your inaction, even if you can't do it, tell the people, this is not that I am ignoring, that I'm not taking note of it, but I can't do it right now because so and so. If you don't do it, right, and then they're seeing you all over social media, on the other side of the fence, right, doing a lot of stuff there, but on this side, you're not doing it.
Yep.
And they're just not going to vote for you. And in a local election, every vote counts. Every vote counts. So I just need to stress that. So if it is that you know you're not doing what you're supposed to do, I don't want to call names this morning.
Yeah.
Buck up, please. Right? Maybe on another day I might jump out myself. You can go ahead and open the lines.
So guys, you can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. Remember to keep the contributions tight. We only have 2 lines, so keep it tight so that everybody will have an opportunity to give their contribution. Caller, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
My financial guru, good morning. Batman, morning.
Morning.
Have you heard about Lady this morning?
Yes.
I hope she's all right.
Yes.
From a male guru, female guru, sour man, mano, everybody morning. But you know, I didn't get your conversation, not too long to me. And I heard Dominic talking about performance of councillors. But you know something, Dominic? Just a while ago, on another frequency, and hear the conversation, because we have 2 matters, one with the present Attorney General, and we have one just yesterday was ruled by the British High Court or whatever, right? Hear the conversation on our next radio station. Should we maintain the CCJ or go back to the High Court in England? Should we maintain the Caribbean Court of Justice or should we go back? And the idea is the same white man name we have is the same white man, a group of people in this country who didn't want independence, telling the host that they want to go back there because, and so I called the program and said, you know, one of the reasons why people have such disenchantment is because the opposition leader made a statement. She said, because the whole saying that came under Pandey and Kamala did support it, but he's not saying that the same person said to us that there are not enough East Indians on the CCJ. And because of that, the East Indian population in this country would not support the CCJ. You know, I'm considered a racist and get cut off because, and here going on, they cut me off to tell them something bad. Nobody could tell me what I said and what was so offended. Black people in this place, all they wake up and all. So you understand what is taking place here now? In order to justify the men and them that we have on Section 34, the idea is to condemn the judiciary system to try to make it look like these fellas are right because the laws outside it give them justification. So they could keep my money. Sorry if I change all the conversation, but please all you wake up. Councillors and PNM people do all you have to do. You know, all this you happening in Grenada, right? Early morning.
Caller, good morning.
Bruce, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Dominic, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Dominic, you could remember me telling you that Dr. Rowley should have been focusing all his energy on Guyana and Suriname, Dominic?
Yes, sir.
You see where Stuart Turn was on the news last night? In Suriname. Dominic, Dr. Rowley do real nonsense. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Let me ask you a question, Dominic. Bruce said they keep it tight, so I want to keep it tight. What do you know about the dragon deal with Venezuela? Put it in a nutshell for me. I'll listen of the ear. And I will leave it there. We will talk again, Dominic. I'll leave it there for now.
We say to Mr. Livide, I hope you have a safe flight tomorrow, sir. Yes? In club and weather, notwithstanding. I don't know if your flight would be impacted or not, but I want to wish you a very safe flight to wherever it is that you're going. Now, I know you will still call us from wherever you will be. Yeah. But how am I to respond to that, Bruce? A question was posed to Dr. Rowley in the Parliament by Rodney Charles, where Rodney Charles was seeking to chastise the Prime Minister in relation to the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, going to Guyana. And the headline read, Mia leaves Guyana with 10,000 jobs or something, or 10,000, whatever it is, right? And Rodney Charles was asking the Prime Minister, instead of you going to, I can't remember where the Prime Minister went, why didn't you go to Guyana? The Prime Minister said, well, if you're everything away with Guyana, if you're so of Guyana, well, you go Guyana. Right? But you're always talking about Trinidad, or whatever it is. And it's not that the Prime Minister was opposed to dealing with Guyana, right? It would have been foolhardy for him to adopt such a posture. The Prime Minister just felt that and I think his response was perhaps in relation to this constant comparison that people make of him and Mia Mottley. It's just it's not to say that it was a competition or a race. And the Prime Minister had gone to Guyana on his own time, and he knows what his schedule was. You think the Prime Minister's schedule is today for today? So I don't think months ago that the Prime Minister knew that he was going to be going to Guyana for this whatever conference where he would have been meeting with the President and so on of Guyana. It's just like with Watson Duke. When he come and give a story to whole about he take the vaccine because he lost loved ones and whatnot. He knew a month and some before that he was going to be traveling to the United States and he was going to Dubai and wherever it is, and that is why he took the vaccine. Right? And in the same way, the Prime Minister knew. The Prime Minister just mean to say to Rodney, hold your horses now. I will get to Guyana in good time, relax, ease me up. So the Prime Minister went there, they had discussions on what the case may be. I don't think that the Prime Minister talks to Irfan Ali, the President of Guyana, from time to time. Are we subject to all of the Prime Minister's calls and who he speaks with on a daily basis? We don't. And these meetings, because the President of Guyana has been a very busy man, traveling all over the world, So obviously, it's not that the Prime Minister can pick up the phone and call and say, hey, Irfan, I'll come in and check you tomorrow, or check in next week. It don't work so. These things have to be planned months in advance because preparations have to be made and so on, and accommodations and all of these different things. So the Prime Minister knew he was going to head to Guyana. So that Stuart John being in Suriname or wherever it is now, this is not happenstance. It didn't just happen. Or a decision that was taken yesterday. These things are months in the making. It's just that the UNC, like propaganda and couture and they're trying to upend what the government is doing. So that is the impression. And again, you see the problem here, Bruce? By Rodney Charles raising that issue and putting the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister responded in the way that he did, gave the impression that the Prime Minister was not minded to go to Guyana. But clearly, Guyana was always in the works a long time. And that is the nastiness that they do. So I want to say to leave it there, it is not a matter of this just happened. Sir, I am sure that this was well planned a long time ago, because Trinidad and Tobago being the foremost energy expert in the country, in the region, right? Long history in the oil and gas sector, it is understandable that Guyana would have at some point in time had to lean on us for some level of technical support and so on. And we would have capitalized on that eventually. Yeah? So don't rush the brush, as they say now. Go ahead, Bruce.
Dominic good and all, yeah. Dominic really good. Because I would have leave it right here. Sure. Caller, good morning.
Hi, morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic.
Morning, Jen.
Hey, Jen, morning.
Morning to all the callers and listeners on 91.9. Mr. Chance, and Tanapuna, Zina, Manu, Brother Sterling, Brian. Oh, God, there's a whole long list. I am surprised at this conversation, but Guyana is still a issue. Didn't the Prime Minister go there? He was honored and coming out of that just a MOU. Was the big thing. And always talking about diversifying the economy and all that. So if they're reaching out to different countries to see which way we could all help each other because we all are part of the Caribbean. I still at all. Anyhow, there are some Negroes who will be always contented with clothes and shoe money. Sneakers money, clothes money. While there are some Indians who want land and house and stuff. So when the Negroes and the Nico, they haven't reached a consciousness of themselves and who they are and our history before enslavement. So they still think like a slave. So they will do those kind of things because they always have to sing for their supper. And to me, it looks as if some Indian people feel they were going to be replacing the colonial masters. So they are now the slave masters, and the modern-day Negroes have now become their house slaves. I move on from there. I would have seen Watson Solomon joke at a ceremony where they were giving out house grants in Tobago. That is a nice thing to know, people getting the grants and things to, do the house and things, who waiting long and all that. But again, he continued to open his mouth and dispel all doubt that he's a consummate done. Because he was trying to sound brilliant when he would have said that, the thing about it as a government is supposed to make sure that when the people get homes and be comfortable and all that, and he quoted from Section 20 of the Industrial Relations Act. Again, I want to tell this failed union leader, the Industrial Act has nothing to do with that ceremony you all had there. The Industrial Act treats for the industrial court and any work-related issues and industrial relation issues that goes on between an employer and employee. And Section 20 has to do with the Attorney General getting himself involved in a grievance between the employer and employee. Okay, Watson Damju and to Trinidad, now Mr. Ansel Roger, you all have no shame as men. In fact, you all standing here to me all as little boys. Because Kamna Shushula Prasad said so much things about you that was not in the best light. You even said she tried to stymie you all from getting to buy the refinery, and she put an injunction, and then you, sir, you would have said her government is most corrupt and that she should be taken out in silver bracelet. You said all those things, sir, and you come down, you standing up with the same individual to give a letter of no confidence to the Prime Minister and only joining hand again. I don't have a problem only putting letter to no confidence to the government. That's only right, and who come out and support. My thing is, sir, the optics, it shows that you all are not credible, you all are not men, you all are just tools to be used by anybody who probably willing to pay a price. Shame on them three union leaders out there. All have no creativity at all. All they have still living in the past, and not even the past will want all it, because all they thought even outdated for the past. Waste of time. I want to call a no confidence vote in what's his name? Ansel Roger, James Lambert, what's the next one? Michael Anisette, and the backdoor president of PSA, Leroy Batiste. No confidence. Waste of time. Thank you all for the opportunity. Bye.
Bruce, as Jenny mentioned, Watson Duke giving out house, right? I saw a clip on, I look at it, I posted pages of it. When he said, Rowley raised the price of flour by 33%, so he giving out 3,300 loaves of bread. I think somewhere he was giving out bread. I always tell the people. He said when Satan came to tempt Jesus, he didn't offer Jesus chicken and chips. He offered him bread.
How you go sink yourself, so? What the hell are you in here?
I went to the why is insufficient, right?
What is I hear in here, boy? Let me continue to
take. Dotisha spy? Dotisha Joe?
Man, sinky whole self there. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bruce.
Hey, morning, my brother. How you doing?
I'm taking everything quiet, boy. Yeah, man, Mr. Dominic, good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I mean, I have a short contribution to make on the morning to Trinidad and Tobago. And you see, any questions coming from that little fella in the parliament from Tabakiti from the long day from? The fella who asking Wally to go to Suriname and go
Naparima.
Guyana. Doppy.
Oh,
Naparima.
Nobody have no right to take no questions from Doppy, you know. Doppy is a failed man already. So we should get away from Doppy. Now with the trade union movement with them fellas, you can't find a word in the dictionary to put against them fellas. Forget Rosian. Them fellas is Gestapo, you know. Them fellas no good at all, you know. So we have to get rid of them union fellas, boy. Them fellas saying yes, no. Them come like close 34, you know. The whole batch of them is close 34 men, you know. Tell you yes and tomorrow they change their mind. I have one small contribution to make. You see all this disrespectful name that they call in the Prime Minister and others? It starts from, I listen to these fellas on the TV show, this host man. Let me call his name Fazli Mohammed. And we had all kind of presidents in this country that we had respect for. And all of a sudden now, they want to say this is a rubber stamp. She's a ting rubber stamp and all kind of glorified rubber stamp. And there was a fella from somewhere down Tabakit adding to this insult. Now when you as grown-ups on the air disrespecting people in position, which we had from independence, what do you expect the children to come up with? And when you're done, you still come along and blaming Trinidadian right place. Trinidad, you have Trinidad as it is with your damn disrespectful manner to our senior citizens and those who hold high position. No one thief to reach where they were. That is our constitution. And you can't be walking them saying about the glorified rubber stamp and the glorified rubber stamp. Don't do it. You have children listening to you. And you have to set a better example. And if you can't do that, take this side too as well. Fellas, you all have a happy day and a good morning to everybody.
Amen. Bless.
Thank you for listening.
So guys, we get ready to go to the break and we will be right back. So keep it locked to the Street 909 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Romain and Bruce Swain. We'll be right back.
And in the air, rock in the air, Christ and voices, Lord, 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 whoa, tell them pass the wrong eyes, bless the woman and watch out it, pick up the house and body, the people better be causing trouble, whoa, just watch out we causing trouble, whoa, everybody buy it, grandson, one, two, somebody get a room to mash up this mess. Run to the back and jump up and hold their head. Make everything way up in the air. One, look, they won't be ready. They won't put you out, Lord. Tight up, brother. Tight up, boy. This is not kind of shopping. This is not allowed, Lord. Tight up, brother. Tight up, boy. Could have been go out, could put them never listen. So we kind of music and rhythm. Love people all over memory. Shout in the night when you miss it. Show me around. Show me up around. Well, I going to blast out tonight. Because we all can call me. People that come in. Trouble. Just what so we cause it trouble. Everybody buy it. Somebody in the room to mash on this mess. Run to the back and jump on. What they said is not this thing yet. Bring everything way up in the air. Show them up there. Run to the back and jump on. What they said is not this thing yet. Bring everything way up in the air. Show them up there. Well, you make some noise. Make some noise. North Buds. Well, you make some noise.
Anybody came with a cooler? Anybody came with a cooler? You have a chair by you? Climb up on your cooler. 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 Climb up on your chair. Climb up on your chair. No, it's done. Climb up on your pod. Stand up on your pod. Stand up on your pod.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Monday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m. and every Wednesday evening from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, gogi, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health, performance, and disease. Listen to Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 9:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the Street 919 FM as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079, 516-286-7079, or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com.
Councillor for Monrepo Navet, Nigel Cotier, presents Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July at Monrepo's grounds from 10 a.m. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Lots of prizes to be won. Look out for the Councillor's Cup Small Goal. Register now by calling the Councillor's office at 610-2861. All teams must be registered. There is no registration fee. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July, Monrepo grounds from 10 a.m. The football starts at 10 a.m. and the fun events will start at 3 p.m.
Oh my gosh. Diamond Publicity presents Baldy, a lingerie affair. July 2nd on board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding by the breakfast shed for 6 p.m. Sailing for 7. Music by
Y'all ready for this?
DJ Everslick Overload Vibe. Vibes! MC Duke and Selector Kochi. DJ Bruce Wayne.
Yes, Naya.
Selector Shane and more. Ladies, tickets $100. Guys, you pay $175. It's all about ladies in lingerie. For tickets, call or WhatsApp Tiana at 763-4479, Stefan 786-6068, Diana 337-2838, or Natisha's Nails Artistry at Booth 17 Orleans Mall, Charlotte Street, 357-9860. No oversized coolers and strictly no glass bottles allowed. Baldy, a lingerie affair.
You never see your life. 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 You never said don't lie to me.
Good about that looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat I look like it's on
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to to 5 a.m. All-night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back on the inside. Just a bit of quick information for you. Champions, let's party in fine style around the seas of the Gulf of Paria in San Fernando aboard the Sea Champion. Gather your crew and coolers and come boarding at King's Wharf, San Fernando. Also, yacht lovers, get ready to party on the luxurious Embassy yacht. Yes. For more information, you can call us on 399-5959, 280-7512, or you can email coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Brown Eyes Promotion presents the all-white Cooler Cruise on Sunday, the 3rd of July, 2022, on board the luxurious Embassy yacht, boarding by the Port of Spain waterfront in Ryson Road at 2 p.m. and sailing at 3 p.m. Music by Sensational Sammy, Dr. Ross, and guest DJ Selector Mafia. Advance tickets cost $200. Pay more at the door. For more information and tickets, contact Romeo at 748-9335 or Sweet Vanilla at 793-7425. Remember, no oversized coolers and no glass bottles allowed. For all your hardware, building materials, auto parts, small tool rentals, pets and pet supplies, gravel and sand, don't forget PowerMaster, Optima, Vata and Megastar batteries starting from $488. This is all at Johnny Q, number 15 Repeat Avenue, Woodbrook, and the Johnny Q Superstore in Lowlands Mall, Tobago off Claude Noel Highway. Just call 63 Tools. Join Pastor Kelvin Harry Narayan and friends for the Way the Truth the Life radio program Radio Ministry, a Church of Life ministry live on the Street 909 FM every Sunday from 6:05 p.m. to 7 p.m. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178 or 342-7303. Tune into the Street 909 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life. The Health Store being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp us at 309-4697 or 620-9379. Yes, so welcome back. Dominic. Nice. So, anything to say before we continue the calls?
What's that, Bruce?
I say, you want to say anything before we continue the calls, or we could go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead now. Right now we're listening to the Juglaya of politics again. Misleading the population with respect to this whole airport inquiry matter. Yeah.
So guys, you can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. The numbers are Hey, what's that? What did I just see there? Okay, cool. Nice. Caller, good morning.
President, good morning to you, Bruce.
Morning, morning.
Good morning to you, Dominic.
Morning, Brian.
Let me explain something. I was trying to get in before the 8 o'clock hour. But let me explain something to Mr. Leave It There. Right? Because he was telling you, Dominic, he's telling you since that the government's supposed to go and talk with Guyana and Suriname. Look how they now go on. You see? But let me tell you this, because you see, I am probably in oil industry. We have been doing business with Guyana and Suriname for years. It's nothing new. The only thing that is new is that Guyana has found oil of their own. You understand? You could look it up, Dominic. For Suriname, now we always give names to various countries whenever we're dealing with them. Look up Statsoli. That is for Suriname. And look up GNEA. That is for Guyana. Now, I can't go into all the details, but we have been dealing with them for years. It is nothing new. But to say that, we now went and talk to them. We talking to them years ago. We're an old oil refinery. We're an old organization with respect to oil. Them new, fairly new. At least Guyana fairly new. But we're dealing with Guyana, GNEA, and Statsoli for Suriname a long time ago. My next topic is simply this. It is a shame, a crying shame, that some of us Negroes, I'll put it that way, will take the crumbs off the ground from the UNC, and she continues to use these Negroes to spread her propaganda for a few dollars more. It's really amazing. And and the evidence was there this morning when you showed Trini Killer saying, look at the money I get. What happens when that money runs out? Like it did with so many others. Huh? What happens when a little bit of money run out? What are you going to say then? You think you can have to give more? You think you giving Sugar Aloes more money? You think so? I mean, come on. Well, Jack don't have to worry. Jack have his own money. And Gypsy have his own money to a certain extent too. But all these little imps and chimps around the place who are accepting little money to do little commercials and to sing song and all kind of thing, they're not doing anything. And I said this before. That building that is being built by Balize House supposed to have a department of fact-checking for social media issues, so it could be readily dealt with almost immediately. I said that before. And you are quite correct, Dominic. That is what we need to do. Not only you supposed to be doing that, the PNM supposed to have that there ready to respond to anything that comes out on social media. Because I remember when the last convention I went to in the Queen's Park Savannah, the Honorable Prime Minister says that is the way we have to go, because social media is going to be influencing a lot of people vis-a-vis elections and so on, and therefore we have to be able to respond. And that's why I said that building, that 5-story building, the building there, please put a room and put some people there to respond to social media issues of all the lies and so on that are going to be coming out at the PNM over the next set of election, local and government elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
To Dominic and Bruce Wayne.
Morning.
Calling from I Village, Princess Town. Well, but I'm so lucky to get you here now. I was so lucky. Oh, God, right. Yeah, what's happening, eh? First of all, Dominic, you are correct. The PNMPR, we having a problem. That is our number one problem right now. Because if you could remember this guy, Negu. Now, my problem is, does the PNMPR has to pay to go on TV or to come to speak on a talk show? No, and it's free. So I believe they should do something about that PR. That ain't good at all. That ain't working. She only has mouth when they has party and anyhow. That's not said yet. No, this lady, right? This lady, if Dr. Rowley had called her Shoshela the Camel, you know, the next day, every papers, you always gonna make headline, and the woman's arm would have been asking for, you know, apology from the Prime Minister. Right, brothers?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I am correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, they would have been asking for apology from the Prime Minister.
Very much so.
Look at the name she called him. What a lying donkey. No, I mean, what is a donkey? Is a donkey something clever? Has O levels? Went to UE? No. And you know, as you all said, that under the carpet already, you know.
Yeah.
Media don't have time with that. That is not the media problem. But the media problem is anytime, if you only say Shoshela, she was nasty, you have to apologize. And another thing, brothers, I've been always saying this lady wants an uprising here because you see power. You see power. Power is a serious thing, you know. She will do anything as I mentioned on Dominic's show Sunday. She would say 4-4 is 16 today. And next 10 days she say 4-4 is 40. And she say, I never said 4-4 is 16. You're misinterpret my diction. And they would believe her. They would believe her. So brothers, our problem here is the lady is a dangerous woman. And as the late Patrick Manning had said, she was never ready, and she still isn't ready. Up to this day, she isn't ready, brother. She isn't ready. She isn't ready. And what she's doing, she and Donald Trump, maybe they're the same planet. What? Because the same thing he's doing in America, they say that never happened yet in America, you know. Donald Trump, he's doing the same thing. He's lying on the platform, and they said post any issue ever happened, and he's going back up for presidency, and he has his followers all year. He has his followers. So she and Donald Trump, same thing, same kettle of fish. Have a nice morning, my friends, and to the titans of democracy. One love. Thanks for getting me.
Yeah, man, bless. Caller, good morning.
Bruce and Dominic, good morning.
Morning.
Dominic, could you tell me if Jolene John was re-elected as a deputy political leader in the UNC?
Yes, Kamala's entire.
Go ahead, Dominic.
Yeah, I said Kamala's entire slate won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it. I wasn't even aware.
Yeah, Jolene John was on her slate, yes.
Go for you. 342-0081-466-5391. Those are the numbers to call. You can call us up. The lines are now open. Caller, good morning.
Good morning to Bruce and Dominic and
morning
to the Trinidad and Tobago and all our listeners. This morning I heard Dominic speaking about the councillors and coming in 7th Avenue corner when you cross the bridge. That piece of road is in a mess. And I don't know what Kwesi doing. Kwesi does nothing on this side. Right now, this is 3 weeks. We haven't got a drop of water in the pipe. Can you tell me what we should do when election comes? Enjoy the balance of the day. God bless you and Jesus cares.
Thank you. Same thing you say, Dominic?
The point I'm making, Bruce.
Same
it's
thing.
Not that they will vote for the other side, you know. They just want to vote.
They just will not vote, and that is the thing. We need to work on that.
Yeah.
We need to work, because when when people quarrel and people that are PNM people, you hear them say, you see me, I not voting. They're not saying I'm going and vote for the next party, They're just saying I not voting. Don't come and ask me to vote, I'm not voting. We have to work on it. We have to work on it, man. Come on.
But, and what they need to understand, the UNC voter base is motivated to vote, not because of representation, it's because they want to prove a point to the PNM.
Yep.
They want to get rid of the PNM. So that is their sole motivation when they go to the polls. They don't care if the person they vote for don't do nothing for them for the next 3 years. Are we happy once we're able to wrest the seat, the district from the PNM? That's what it is. My point is, even if, as a councillor, if you are unable to do the work right now, whatever challenges you may be facing, as we know there are challenges, you need to tell the people. You won't just not show up and ignore, because then the assumption is going to be that you're doing nothing. It may be that you're trying, and the resources are not there. But if you don't tell the people that, then the default conclusion is you're not doing your work.
Yeah. Caller, good morning.
Morning, friend, the big go.
Hey, Manu.
Well, sometimes in this case, I wonder if the councillor or the member, the member of parliament, the councillor, I wonder if he move about, I wonder if he have money. And this thing we have to think about, if we have the money, and then sometimes I watch some workers working on the road. They come in the morning, they have work to do. They sit down, they hook people and go from over the fence. Wherever they could get a hook from through the fence, and then walk with a stick with a hook. Hooking people, and they wouldn't do the people work at all. I don't know if the foreman free them, or the checker, or the supervisor free them, or whatever. This is the thing that we have to think about, And I believe that if they're not working, fire them. Whether they vote or not, you're not working, fire them. Let them go, because them fellas, the people who do them kind of thing, they may cannot not voting, because you have a government to run, you have a committee to uplift, you have a job to do. Why are you not doing the job? Why are you coming? So I'm not saying that the ladies, some with the ladies in that place, they're giving trouble, but we have to think about all these things. The people who don't want to work, you come on the job, they're afraid the foreman, they're afraid to talk to the foreman, afraid to talk there, the checker, afraid to talk there, and stuff like this. Okay, so far for that. I wonder why people take on leave it there. Leave it there, something like a fella who don't know, he listen to what people saying outside, and he come inside, pick up the phone and start talk some nonsense. That's why he said leave it there, because you have nothing else to say. You have to leave people like leave it there and Tabakit. Tabakit about 14 happy, they put it on whenever, whichever one he pick up, when he call you, they say talk. And the one in where you call the place? In not in Brooklyn, they call that place where in our road and people where the bank and them now. Listen, we have to leave some of these people alone. When they call it on the start talk, by the time you know they're talking, let's cut them off, because they're spreading propaganda for the people who just hearing and not listening. There's a difference between hearing and listening in the radio station. You're hearing something, you're hearing in the radio station, but you're not listening and comparing, putting together, meshing it together and see if it makes sense of what it is saying. So, brothers, we have a hard work to do to build this country under the PNM, because we cannot put back the UNC. Their one aim, is to get the people free out of jail and to steal more money. I want Ms. Postad to tell people where she gets all that money to build those places. Munilal and these people. Where do you get all that money to build all these places? Is it honest money with their own self? There's a God above. All your people. Look at these people. We must condemn them election time. We have some work to do. I go on.
Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning.
Morning.
Mr. Bruce?
Yes.
Yeah, there's council going here. I'm from Sharon.
Hey.
I know somebody called council about 7th Avenue, so let's call the and respond.
Yeah.
Right, so, you want to respond to you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what happened is that
I know he had it had no water in 7th Avenue. If the person could contact me 759-1113 and let me know which part of 7th Avenue have water, because we had challenges some months have gone by, but that has been changed.
Okay.
We are working with Wasser and Mr. Ali in Pacific, and we are getting water in the 7th Avenue area. So it is news to me that we have no water in 7th Avenue, because never happened. Residents will call me or we schedule for water on a Sunday and a Wednesday.
Right.
Right? So normally when that doesn't happen, residents will call me, and there are particular areas that are prone for not getting water, places like Center Hill and Hillview and these places, and nobody hasn't called me from these areas. So I may say that there's no water in Malik. So the residents will call me and let me know exactly which part of the center.
Okay, cool.
Right, and with the road situation, we fix the road. It's an ongoing challenge. Part of the problem is Wasser. Wasser dig up to do repairs and they don't come back to fix it, but we working on that right now.
Okay. You can call the number again?
759-1130.
Right.
Right, and we preparing ourselves for what's supposed to come later.
Right, nice.
Disaster, right? So,
yeah, man. Well, thanks again for calling.
Right, thanks again, man. No problem, anytime.
Yeah, man. Cool. I could work with that.
Greatly appreciate it.
I could work with that.
That's what we talked about. You see, he responded one time.
Yep.
So I hope that the caller would take up his invitation to give him a call, and that that situation could be rectified, and any other little issues that she may not have mentioned, that she can also raise it with him one time. So kudos to you, Councillor. Well done.
Yep. Thank you very
Hopefully
much.
others can follow in your footsteps.
Yeah, man. So, guys, we continue to take your calls, 342-0081 and 466-5391. You see who's out there. Caller, good morning.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Merry Christmas, my brother. How are you doing?
Well, giving thanks and praises for blessings this morning.
Yeah, man. Nice.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Dominic.
And a happy independence to you, sir.
Peace and blessings to you, big brother.
Same to you.
And Mr. Bruce Wayne. Morning to everybody, Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, the world ahead, Sister Jenny, Mother Tana, Puna, Mami Sauce. Mr. Man also, morning, Sour Man. Mr. Chance. Peace and blessings to each and every one. You know, we can't call all the names, but blessings to each and every one that sees your sunshine this morning and your rain this morning. I make my call in here, Mr. Bruce Wayne. I like the correspondent that guy gave just now.
Yeah.
The man, if everybody operating that way, Mr. Bruce Wayne, we could get things done as Mr. Dominic said.
Yep.
You hear me? Mr. Bruce Wayne, we have a representative here in the Long Circular area. Mr. Bruce Wayne, I don't know the guy. We never see the guy. We don't know what's going on with him. Nothing whatsoever. You hear, Uncle Bruce? The man just living it up. If you ask anybody, who's the counselor? They say, boy, that man living somewhere up on a piece of hill, so, you know, the man don't walk. I hear the Prime Minister say in 2015, as a representative, as a counselor, you're supposed to know the first person on the gap of the gate to the last person on the tip of the mountain. Here, I hear that come from the Prime Minister mouth. Brother, we have a counselor here. Maybe only who living next day maybe know him. Here, Uncle Bruce.
Yeah.
Right now, they're fixing a piece of road up by me here. You never see the counselor one day come through to say, well, boy, so is the case, XY is the case. And where I is, they have elders, Uncle Bruce. Just the other day, about 2 months ago, I had a elder on my shoulder to carry them down the road there, Uncle Bruce. Here, and this is the counselor. I like how Mr. Dominic just say the counselors them they just get work and just sit down and depend on wherever they game, and that's the end of that. Here, Uncle Bruce, so them counselors have a lot of work to do, as Mr. Dominic say, if they want to keep this thing viable in Trinidad and Tobago. Here, Uncle Bruce?
Yeah.
So you have a blessed one, Mr. Dominic, have a safe one. All you see the weather, how it going is wrong. So we have to be safe, and everybody stay safe for me, please. Thanks again, Mr. Bruce and Mr. Dominic, for the time. Blessings, and take care.
Yeah, man, bless up.
Yeah.
I could boast about my counselor, you know.
That's Aquila?
Yeah, Aquila do miss.
Yeah.
Aquila do miss. And if you're telling yourself she miss, nah, she miss.
Yeah.
Aquila don't make joke.
But like Aquila, Bruce, some of these other counselors need to embrace social media as well.
Yeah.
You see, because it's an avenue, an opportunity for you to highlight the work that you're doing.
That's
and
right.
For that, I would commend the Member of Parliament for Aruka Maloney and Mrs. Regis, as well as the Member of Parliament for Lopino Bone, Marvin Gonzalez. You know, they use social media so people can see the work
you have
that
to,
they do.
you have to.
Yeah.
You have
so
to.
there's tangible evidence to prove why people may say, well, but they working. You're seeing the work that they do.
That's right.
Others?
Morning.
Morning. How are you all this morning?
We did good. How are you doing?
Right. Good. Sharon, everybody else morning. Well, Dominic, some part of the program, I realized that somebody said to giving out bread from Satan. Satan saying, giving them and telling them that is what he's doing. But no longer go the people to say you will eat the bread that the devil need. And the point is what he has done, and I mean everybody didn't hear, but for me I don't listen to them, so you know they can't interfere with my brain. So what we are witnessing now, we actually know the Satan. So therefore, parents, let us all keep our children and ourselves away from Satan, because they declare themselves as Satan. And they're so Satanish that they don't even know what they said and what they mean when they were using those words.
Well, that is it.
Right? So we just have to know, well, if he's called himself, say he is a person, all you choose God or Satan. All you choose what Satan does do. All you let us watch our children. Okay then, bye.
Bye.
Right.
I did. Dominic, you let the man shoot himself in the foot, boy?
Aye. But the man have a custom doing that when he go home, the wife will say, boy, you are special, can I do this?
How you? I don't.
And when you go back and read what it is you say, come back and talk to me.
I say, you hear what you say today? You sure you just listen to me? Oh, nah, boy, that, nah, boy. Nah, man, oh gosh, bro. Come now, man, brother, man. Yeah.
People take it, every man say when Satan came to tempt Jesus, he came with bread. All right, he didn't come with chicken and chips. Understand?
That was a senior moment, Dominic. That was a senior moment.
So that is the logic of a transformational leader.
I see a partner called to defend that, and you know he just part twisted. I'm gonna take a call here. Yes. Call a good morning.
Bruce.
Morning.
Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Dominic.
Yes, sir.
You did not tell me about the dragon deal with Venezuela. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Two, Dr. Rowley chose to go to the meeting in Qatar to talk about Maduro. And he held meeting with Iran, Dominic. Dominic, you're lapsing on me, no? I will leave it there for now.
Just now, I just try my best to understand, right? I don't chastise, I don't criticize. I try my best to understand. So, okay, you didn't tell them about the dragon deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
When did you ask something else?
Right, so it was the dragon deal,
Mm-hmm.
and the issue that I would have raised because he wanted to know about Stuart John going to Suriname.
But yeah, how come he didn't reply to that?
Yes.
Understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yes.
You didn't say, I didn't mind you saying, Dominic, you didn't talk to me about the dragon deal. Okay, no problem. But thanks for the info, and, you know, Mr. Stuart Young heading up the road, and you ain't doing come now, man, don't do that now, man.
But Bruce, we know the issue with the Dragon gas deal was something that the government, from since the days of Patrick Manning, has been trying to pursue with Venezuela. And as far as I recall, the delay, for the most part, was really on Venezuela, right? And when I know that the UNC would have also, under Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, would have also tried to expedite that whole issue because they saw that it was critical to us boosting our production of gas because, there's the Lauren Manatee field and so on.
Yeah.
Majority of gas belongs to Venezuela. This administration, I think, would have reached the furthest in terms of advancing the development of that field. And then came the U.S. sanctions, right? And on more than one occasion, we've heard from the Prime Minister, the former Minister of Energy, the late Franklin Kahn. We've heard from Stuart Young, who made the point that the sanctions would have set things back, and because this is something that this administration would have sought to deal with very early on in the life of this government. Because Dr. Rowley would have reached out to Maduro very early on, if you recall. I think it was in 2016, where he had set up this thing where the government of Venezuela, or the businesses in Venezuela, would have purchased some $50 million worth of goods from Trinidad and Tobago manufacturers. And the then president of the TTMA, or however it is, Ralph Balgobin, who was speaking at some function they had, lamented the fact that here it is an opportunity was presented to the manufacturing sector in Trinidad and Tobago, thanks to the government led by Dr. Rowley, to procure $50 million in sales every month from Venezuela, and they were only able to provide 27 or 23 million, somewhere thereabouts. They could not rise to the occasion. And he made the point, these are the same people who keep complaining about the shortage of US, they ain't getting US in the bank. Here it is, an opportunity has presented itself, and you cannot even take advantage of it. And this was just one of the things that the government would have been looking to do to strengthen the relationship with Venezuela in an effort to expedite this whole Dragon Field thing. And they were able to do so.
I remember I have a call on the line. Caller, good morning.
Yes, Uncle Bruce. Morning, man. How are you doing today?
I did cool, my brother. How are you doing?
Good. I'm good. Just bracing for the weather if it come, but it's all in the hands of the Lord. If He wants it to come, He'll come. If He not, it will just pass us by.
True.
Uncle Dominic, morning. I wanted to, Mr. Leave it there. I tried to get him before. Leave Uncle Dominic alone, please. If you want to know everything about Dr. Keith Rowley, and leave my Prime Minister alone. Stop calling me. Every time you call, you have to mention Dr. Rowley. Ask Grover, who is in the UNC, and you know who we're talking about. Ask Anil. Ask Munilal. Ask Shushila. Ask Jolene. Ask all of them. All the things that you're asking Uncle Dominic. They have the answer, and they know everything what Dr. Rowley said and what he didn't say. Leave Uncle Dominic and the Prime Minister alone. Go in America, in New York, or wherever you're going, or New Jersey, and go and live with your family and them in all the basement. Leave Dr. Rowley alone. Dr. Rowley not in your way as far as I am concerned. Please leave my countryman and my Prime Minister alone, and leave Uncle Dominic and them alone. Goodbye, Mr. Leave it there. Bye-bye. I hope you have a good flight to New Jersey to go and live where you want to live. Stay there.
But I don't know if it is that Livide wants the government to defy the sanctions, the U.S. sanctions against Venezuela, and see what happens there.
We had to button the crease, or no?
Exactly, but the government did indicate that they would go ahead and monetize their side of the field, their gas, right, on their own, and if perchance things improve in the future, and there is a thawing of relations between the U.S. and Venezuela, such that we can once again engage in that whole arrangement, then we would do that.
Yeah.
Well, we saw now in Ukraine and so on, the U.S. has actually eased some of the sanctions a bit, allowing the crude from Venezuela to be exported to Europe in an attempt to mitigate the demand for oil in Europe from Russia. Because if it is, they're still taking the oil from Russia, then it defeats the purpose and it's going to weaken the sanctions against Russia. So on that basis, they've allowed 3, I think, companies, oil-producing companies in Venezuela to export to Europe. So therefore, that would lessen the demand for Russian oil. So we're heading in the right direction.
Sure.
Yeah?
Caller, good morning.
Good morning to you, both gentlemen, sirs.
Morning, sir.
Right. According to the last caller, why everybody on the outside want to dictate us what we're supposed to do on the inside? Mr. Wall Street and Mr. Thing, who leave here 40 years ago, never come back. Shoshila, who say that she won this election, which everybody expected, but she ready for coalition. As I said yesterday, she ready for coalition government in order now to just win and kick the people who put her in power, because all she wants to do is to be in power. But I hope when she ready, she could walk to the podium and talk. Because I don't understand that. If you is UNC, when you want collection for PNM doesn't want nobody to support them to win an election, why you always talking about you want people to join with you? And after they join with you and you get what you want, you get rid of them. It has kind of bothered me with these kind of things. And Mr. Wall Street and Mr. The other one who won the building in I just call him Minister Housing, who won the building in Chumakak. I live very close to Chumakak, and I know the incident that took place there. Stay always now, brother, and stay out of our business. You want to be in America, you want to live there, because he don't live in a basement, you know, he live in a double-stop basement. He don't even know when it's night and when it's day. So stay out of the business, please. Just as how people in Tobago say stay out of the business, always stay out of our business. Always go to all the foreign country and live under martial law. Thank you.
342-008-14665-391. Caller, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, Bruce, me again.
Yes, mother.
I want to send out some questions for people who don't ask about Dr. Rowley, what he does and all of that. I want him to ask the first female prime minister why they lock up so many young black men from Laventille and not from Pinal or Couva. Right? And another one, when they promised old age pension will start from age 60, why it wasn't started. And some money went to Dubai. Let him ring and ask you that, Dominic, all those questions, and you may get the answer to give them. The money, I don't know if they all came back, because they said they got back some. Okay? So, Dominic, let him ask you those questions, and there are plenty more that he could ask too. Okay, then, right.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, sir. That's up.
Morning.
Morning to Dominic.
Morning.
Mr. Leave it there. What's going on? And I'm telling you, I'm giving you an invitation. I want you to come on the program Hot and Depressed Saturday, please God, with your rhetoric, so that I can tell you what you are, who you are, and where you are. Because you're no good for this country. Stay where you are. As for our opposition leader, so-called opposition leader, when Mr. Jack Warner was telling me the truth, because remember, he did an affidavit, that means he was saying the truth to the whole world and the nation. You ain't to respond. Everything that he said about you with your behavior, you never respond. You want us to forget what Mr. Jack Warner, your thumb finger, told us about your behavior. Oh gosh, look, Dominic and Bruce, and also our lady who is not there today. The blessings to you all. God bless you, 91.9, and the nation. And to Mr. Rowley, blessings to you also and your cabinet. God bless you. Thank you.
Bless up. 342-00814665391. In a short while, we'll be getting out of here. Yes. Caller, good morning.
Bruce, let me respond to you. A while back, I told Dominic, Dr. Rowley shall be focusing all his energy on Guyana and Suriname and leave Maduro with the damn oil or gas. Dominic, Stuart Young is in Suriname. And that is what I'm talking about, Bruce. So I will leave that there.
We have always been doing our business with Suriname as far as we were just told. Not so, Dominic?
Yes. Thanks to Brian. Bruce, in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, did Guyana have all of this and Suriname have all of this explosion in oil finds?
No. Not as I know.
In the last couple of years, right? Was Dr. Rowley a man to see that in 2016, 2015, when he won the election, that hey, Guyana and Suriname going on all of a sudden in 5 years' time they're going to make some significant discoveries. Memorandum did. The big player at the time was Venezuela.
Yep.
Dr. Rowley sought to complete an arrangement or to complete a project that had been more than 10 years in the making. We have oil, we have gas, natural gas interests along that line, which we share with Venezuela. So to say forget Maduro and his gas, is to say forget ours. Maduro own a piece, the majority, we own a piece too. And we are saying, if they don't have the facilities to exploit that gas reserve there, we could do it for you for a fee. And we will make money. Rather than we go it alone and you go it alone, but the part that you can't really, you don't have the facilities because Venezuela is not a gas producing country. They are focused on oil. We focus on the gas, thanks to Patrick Manning, right? And that is what we are saying. But in any event, read the articles. There's something called a publication called Kaito News and Stabrook, and I would encourage Mr. Leavitt to go and read the articles coming out of these publications, and you will see what is happening in Guyana, where they are saying that the Guyanese people are losing out because all of the oil that is coming up now it's not the government of Guyana. They don't have a Trin like how we had Petrotrin. They don't have that, you know. You understand? They don't have that. So is Exxon and Shell and whoever else who are exploiting the oil in Guyana and taking the bulk of the money and going with it, and it's whatever. So Dr. Rowley cannot go there and say, well, hey, give us some oil. Or even the government of Guyana don't want the oil. They put out the acreage. People come and they bid on it. They dig. They find oil. We give you taxes and royalties. The oil belongs to we sell it to whoever. And who's saying Trinidad have a refinery and Guyana? No. Even if that is a possibility, it is going to be a while before that comes into place as Guyana puts the infrastructure in place for the state to be able to drill for oil on their own, just as we have a Petrotrin. You understand? So I'm saying, as Brian told us, this is nothing new. It is just that now it's on an expanded scale because they have more oil. Leave it there. I had to leave it there. Enjoy your flight. Have a safe flight.
Caller, good morning.
Hi, Bruce.
Morning.
I just want to go back in. Somebody said what to leave Venezuela and Dragon Deal and oil alone, right? June the 6th, 2022. U.S. to let Repsol ship Venezuela oil to Europe for debt. So the big great America looking to drop sanctions on Venezuela so that they could start to ship all the oil to Europe. while we can benefit from it. You see, when people call in to try to make a point and they ain't have no evidence to support what they're saying, I just have a challenge with that because everybody have an opinion and they must be allowed to voice it. But commenting back up now, we mustn't study the dragon deal. But they're looking to ship oil from Venezuela because U.S. looking to lighten some sanctions to drop them oil and them out there in foreign and Repsol and them. So we mustn't get a little cacada from it and we closer to them than anybody else. Come now, man, only be real because only like the government and Dr. Rolly, everything will be a problem. Waste that time, my God.
Oh, yes, Father. Caller, good morning.
Bruce and Dominic, let me explain some things here very quickly.
Yeah, Brian.
Papua New Guinea, just like Guyana had found oil, that's a poor country in Africa. Exxon went in there. Papua New Guinea is still poor. You know who rich? The president. Because they extract the oil and they get rich over it. Because you know why? They didn't have the experience in dealing with that quantum of oil that they have in the country. I think Exxon is still there. Or look at Google these things and do the research and see. Don't take my word for it. Exxon is still there in Papua New Guinea. The people are still poor. Why do you think you want to that? Because of our experience. They need us to assist them. The president said so at the conference of in California. He indicated that the president of Guyana, because he understands the experience that we bring to the table, and that is why the prime minister is sending the former chairman of NGC down there because of his vast experience in oil and gas. There's a reason for these things. You understand? It's a benefit to both countries, all the countries, Trinidad and Tobago included. And that is why, outside of all of the political stupidness that people want to propagate, on the other side, it is good business for Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Suriname, we have been dealing with for years. Just look at it and everybody will see. Don't take my word for it. We're dealing with Trafigura. We're dealing with all of these international oil companies, extra-regional, we call them, regional and international. We have been dealing with them for years. This is nothing new. We're just expanding what we are doing now because of the oil find in those areas and giving them our experience in how to handle it so that the countries can benefit.
Yeah.
And we too will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Plenty education this morning, Dominic?
Yes.
Plenty.
Maybe that was Mr. Liverdere's intent. Under the guise of being devil's advocate.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
And have any of you all ever been to Guyana?
No, I haven't.
No.
You know they have one of the worst electrical supplies to manufacturing I've ever seen.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, the electricity supply is poor. So you're correct, Dominic. How are we going to put a refinery in Guyana and they can't even create enough power for what they need right now? The infrastructural cost for Guyana to even think about putting a refinery will be so high, you can't pay back for it. That's why Trinidad is so strategically positioned to be that person in between there. You know? So hopefully some fruits of discussion and agreements are made, and both countries could truly benefit. Because we are a case study when it comes to oil and gas. I wouldn't say that we wasted the money, but of course we could have, in hindsight, we could have used it a little better. But we're still in a better position than most in circumstances. Right?
Yeah,
but all the people who thinking that we could just go across Guyana and get through. But I think that again, that place have plenty of upgrades before it reach anywhere close to what we need to get oil out of it. So have a good one.
Yeah, man. Bless.
Thank you.
Information, education, yeah, that's what the morning.
I saw an article which stated, I can't remember if it was Starbrook or the other one, that based on the deal that the Guyanese government would have negotiated with I think Exxon for the exploration of the oil, it says that each Guyanese citizen owns Exxon about $9 billion Guyanese dollars. Yeah. Well, companies, they're not playing. Remember, these guys have been around for years, so they are experts in this. Ghana is a new player.
Yeah.
And the government of Ghana, they are no experts in these things. Not even the technocrats who they may have, Guyanese technocrats. So when these guys come in there, they know how to play hardball, which is why when Dr. Rowley had to go and negotiate some couple of years ago with those folks in England, based on the piss poor deal that the People's Partnership had worked out with Shell and BP and all of these guys, where we would not have been paying any taxes. They wouldn't be paying any taxes until 2024. And Dr. Rowley was able to get back some $3 billion, right, for the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But it was, basically, we doing this, but we acknowledge what we did. We're going to give you this, but this cannot be publicized because, remember, we do business in other countries. And if what we are giving you here, the concessions that we are making, is made known, then these other countries going to want some too. What happened? The UNC come in the parliament to compel the Prime Minister to disclose that information. And the Prime Minister had to indicate that he received a letter from the head of one of these companies expressing their disappointment with what took place. Yeah, so. But that is the UNC. They are obstructionists. They don't want anything good for this country, right? They believe that they and they alone they know what is best for this country, and if not, right, so they're talking about the PNM wicked and evil and stuff. The PNM is not Keith Rowley. The PNM is a party, and when you make those nasty statements, every single member of the PNM, just remember that, right? So if you can see supporters think, well, they're doing good and all their leader by attacking Dr. Rowley and calling him these names, that is going to get you the votes of PNM supporters who you perceive to be disgruntled to vote for, I'll have another thought coming.
So, Dominic, that's the time we have for today.
Oh, that instrumental they playing in the back there, Bruce, that's Tilt, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, we got the live performance on Saturday at Dining with the Saints. It was a very successful event. I must say, we were sold out. We catered for 1,100 patrons. We had more than enough food, more than enough drinks.
I am officially vexed with Dominic. I am officially vexed with Dominic.
1,000 pardons, sir.
Officially vexed with my good friend Dominic, people. Yes, officially.
A great time was had. The organizing team did well, and we look forward to the next event we'll be presenting to you all, which would be Fetting with the Saints, St. Mary's College All-Inclusive for Carnival 2023 on the 28th of January. I wish I could tell earlier we need you to buy tickets, but actually tickets don't sell out even before it print because everybody want to go to that day. So,
Nice plug.
Yeah, so don't call me to ask me for those tickets, people, because as I said, everybody when they come up when what is CIC All Inclusive, you'll get a ticket for me, right?
Don't worry, people. Dominic will have my ticket. Guys, we out. As we say, Dominic.
Ciao.
Expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Brown Eyes Promotion presents
all-white affair, Cooler Cruise. On Sunday, the 3rd of July, 2022, on board the luxurious Embassy yacht. Boarding at the Port of Spain waterfront, Ryston Road in Port of Spain. At 2 p.m. Sailing 3 p.m. Music by Sensational Sammy, Dr. Ross, and the guest DJ Selector Mafia. Advance tickets are $200. Pay more at the door. For more information and for tickets, contact Romeo at 748-9335 or Sweet Vanilla at 793-7425. No oversized coolers or glass bottles allowed.
Trinidad, get ready for the grown folks affair. Sexy in White. Saturday, 2nd July. At Rock Band, the Anchorage Shagaramas. From 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. DJs Clyde the Outlaw, Foreign Bass, and Ishmael the Demolition Man. Special guest artist, Colonel Roberts.
Yeah, it's your boy Colonel Kitch Roberts here, and it's all about Sexy in White, July the 2nd at the Anchorage. I will be there with all my songs, and I even touching some of my father classics as well.
Only medium coolers allowed. Get your tickets now at Crosby St. James, Sion's Beer Garden, San Fernando. For tickets and more info, call 375-2257 or log on to www.freeupal.com. Sexy in White, Saturday, 2nd July at Rock Band, the Anchorage Shagaramas.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT.
Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody.
Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com. We now take you to our live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly.
Now in the last days, I will pour out of my spirit on all flesh, saith the Lord.
And indeed, God is moving, and he's moving all over the world. So it is God's morning to you, God's people, wherever you are on God's earth. Welcome to God's ministry. It's the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Have you heard the Power Preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took.
Simpsons Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpsons Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
Take me to the King. I don't have much to bring.
Simpsons Memorial Limited.
All right. So this morning, we thank God for allowing us to have the privilege once again to bring you the law and you. And without any further ado, we do have from the police, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Inspector Terrence Dick. God's morning to you, sir, and welcome. Got to unmute. Got to unmute. I'm waiting for you to unmute. Officer Dick. Officer Terrence Dick. All right. Well, I don't know what's happening with him and his device. But this morning, probably you have to go out and come back in. I don't know what's happening with you. All right. There you
hear
go.
me now, Pastor? Morning.
There you go. God's morning and welcome.
Good morning to you. Morning. My apologies. I was all of a sudden I started to develop some technical difficulties. So you're hearing me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear. How are you doing, officer?
I'm good. I'm good. Morning to you as well. Morning. I'm good.
Yes. Praise the Lord. All right. So tell us, who is Officer Dick? How you why you joined the police service? And then today we're looking at electronic monitoring. All right, so bail and things like that. So give us an idea, and I want to thank God again for Acting Commissioner Mr. Jacob and his team executive, who have seen the wisdom in getting us involved with the police service as far as bringing information to the public. So without any further ado, sir, it's all yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pastor Johnson. I bring greetings from the Commissioner, the executive, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity today to say a little about electronic monitoring and bail. But before we get into that, my name is Terrence Dick. I'm an acting inspector of police. Presently, I'm attached to the Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau. I've been in the police service for about 24 years. I've worked at the cybercrime unit. I've worked at the criminal investigation department. And I've been part of numerous initiatives in the police service as it relates to, dealing with crime fighting over the period of time. I joined the police service as a special reserve police officer. I became an attorney. I'm also an attorney at law. I became an attorney. I was called to the bar in 2014. So I'm also an attorney at law, which has given me the opportunity to liaise with stakeholders on different initiatives, legislations, more so the cybercrime bill as it relates to cybercrime in today's society. And during that time, I have been left with the responsibility, or given the responsibility, to work with the electronic monitoring unit to where it is today. You know, so that has really been a great initiative in helping us fight crime where persons have been granted bail. So as we all know, bail is available to persons who commit various crimes. You have seen it for different offenses over the years. You have heard about it. How it would operate is that the police would, when the police during the investigation where persons have been viewed as suspects, eventually charged for various offenses and put before the court, they have the constitutional right to apply for bail. They can be granted bail for some simple summary offenses at the police station. However, the police granting you bail has some aspects to it. Some of it are very, very, very minor offenses. So for obscene language, some of these things you can get bail at the police station. Obviously, there are guidelines, and those guidelines must conform to the Bail Act, right? And the Bail Act would guide you under Section 9 and so on, and Section 8 as it relates to what are the criteria before bail is granted, or it is taken into consideration. Where those crimes escalate in terms of its nature, then persons can have justices of the peace attend police stations, and they can be granted bail from that platform. You, however, depending on the time you're taken to court, so let's say you're taken to court same day you are charged, you still have the option to apply for bail, and where a magistrate refuses bail, you can apply to a judge in chamber. So there's always that opportunity for persons to apply for bail for various offenses. Over the years, persons would have argued for different reasons how can they access bail if bail is necessary for persons, but it's your right under the Constitution to apply for bail. During the time, or with the passage of time, persons might have heard about electronic monitoring. Electronic monitoring, you would have seen it on television, you would have heard about it, persons may have read about it, where persons commit particular offenses, and you can be now put a bracelet, an electronic bracelet can be attached to your ankle, where you can be monitored as a condition of bail. So what happens is that you can now, persons can be charged, put before the court, and they can be monitored for under various circumstances, so that the police can now monitor them through the electronic monitoring. The plan is set up to now catch people or recapture persons breach for different reasons. Or persons can breach by just ignoring the orders of the court, or they can breach deliberately, which is captured under the Electronic Monitoring Act. The Electronic Monitoring Act is 11 of 2012, and it was amended in 2020 by 11 of 2020 to provide for more serious offenses. Initially, when the initiative was legislated upon, it was targeted at low-hanging fruits. It was felt that persons who commit smaller offenses and those persons who were more the bulk of some of the prisoners at the jail for obscene language, you find persons would be there, and those low-hanging fruits we could put person on monitoring because they were not a real threat in the sense of for some simple larceny persons might commit, obscene language, and some of these smaller low-hanging fruits, it was tended that these persons would be captured by electronic monitoring. With the passage of time and much debate, it was argued, so why do we target smaller offenses when they have more serious crimes taking place, where these persons need to be monitored, so that these persons who really pose a threat to society in terms of the crimes they commit or the opportunity to reoffend, depending on the nature of the crime, why are these persons targeted and monitored as well? So with much debate through stakeholders, it was decided and eventually passed that more persons who commit more serious crimes can be monitored. So we would have had persons who commit other shootings, woundings, and all of and sexual offenses. These offenses now, persons who commit these offenses can be now monitored. And it is no longer a situation of persons being monitored for low-hanging fruits. We have, the system is set up to monitor minors, females, nationals, non-nationals, all of the above, so that we can effectively monitor persons who commit crime for various nature, so that it allows the police to have a better handle on these persons or these individuals who is bent on committing these serious crimes. And over the period of time, we've had debates, especially where minors are concerned. We can't discuss too much of that in terms of the fact that they are minors. However, it was settled that minors can be monitored because minors do commit crime, as we know. We have had people commit breaches under the Act, and for various reasons. Either they did not adhere to the order of the court, or they would have damaged the device. We have had one person taken back to court, and he was fined for damaging the electronic device in the sum of $8,000 that he had to pay for damaging the device, which is considered a breach. So it's not a situation of persons can be placed on electronic monitoring, and that person could just do whatever and they would not be dealt with, even though they're being monitored. So the monitoring is not in itself the only issue of saying, well, they committed a crime, they're monitored. If they damage the device, if for some reason they commit a breach, they can be taken back to court. If they damage the device, they can now be held accountable by way of a fine imposed by the court on them for damaging the device. So they have that added layer of understanding. If you can't just do what you want as it relates to the device. Now, the thing is with the device is that it's a condition of bail, yes, but the law also provides that it can be implemented as a grounds of a pardon. It can be implemented in lieu of a sentence or part of a sentence as well. So depending on the application made at the court, these are some of the circumstances that persons can be monitored for when they access bail. So you can only be monitored when you actually access the bail. So you're eligible for bail, the court says you're entitled to bail. In the application made to the court will list out conditions under which you are not
I don't know what's happening with Officer Terrence Dick. We're not hearing you, so I don't know what's happening with your device, but we'll await to hear him. In the meanwhile, I hope that you are making note so that when you ask your question, that your question is in keeping with what you have been hearing. All right, it's a wide area. A lot of people are not aware of bail for certain situations or circumstances or infractions, as they will say. So it is important that you get the information so that you do not run foul of the law. All right. Officer Dick, probably you need to go out and come back in. We are not hearing you at all. So probably you need to go out and come back in. I don't know. All right, so it's what we do every Tuesday morning, the law and you, and we have attorney at law and police officer. He's police officer and Inspector Acting Inspector Dick, Terrence Dick, who is sharing with us this morning concerning bail, electric monitoring, and there's so much. So we wait for him to return. In the meanwhile, well, let's pay some bills. In the meanwhile, so that way we don't have to interrupt.
Number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpson's Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpson's Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
Take me to the king. I don't have much to bring.
Have you heard the Power Preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour.
You hear me now?
Any branch of the First Citizens
Stand by, please.
Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took.
All right. Jesus took the gift that you gave, and that's why we are here today. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. We got to pay for the time, so we do ask. We approach Monte and help us to pay the bills so we can continue to bring you the best in Christian programming. At this time, we take you back to Officer Dick. Tell me, is it your internet home or it's Wi-Fi that you're using from your package?
I'm at the office actually, so it apparently, I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's the weather. I don't know what's taking place, but hopefully, we should be fine. I try to adjust it.
All right, very good. So you're coming through powerful.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so let's go.
Yeah. So just to reflect a bit, I was indicating that various persons have been placed on monitoring. Under the legislation 11 of 2012, as amended by 11 of 2020, that amendment allowed persons who commit more serious offenses to be monitored as well. So once you access the bail, you can actually, the law actually allows a defendant put before the court for an offense for him to ask to be monitored as well. The law does allow that. He can ask to be monitored as a condition of bail. And the court can also suggest that he be put on monitoring as a condition of his bail. So the order from the court will have a plethora of orders, doorstep orders, curfew orders. But the thing is with monitoring, persons can also be allowed to go to work. The order will encompass if that person has to work, if that person has to go about, do certain major things with them. The system is set up in such a way you can have that leverage while being monitored by the unit. And the police works in tandem with the unit, and this unit is under the Ministry of National Security, to allow that person to be properly monitored by virtue of seeing where they go on a daily basis. If for some reason they step out, as we have had recently, persons leave the geofencing because the system is really a GPS system that allows for you to see them anyway. If they were to step out of that boundary and they can give no valid reason based on the law, they will be, the unit, the response mechanism set up by the police will be engaged, as has happened before. We've even had persons breach in Tobago. We have had persons breach throughout Trinidad, and they have all been recaptured and put back before the court. Some of them, the monitoring was revoked by the court and they were put back in court. Some of them, so for instance, the issue with the gentleman who damaged the device, he was fined and put back on monitoring. The reason he gave for damaging was that it fell in water. So, you know.
So is it something that you could take off?
No, you can't take it off, and you can't take it off. But that was his excuse.
Oh, all right.
So, you know, it's in tandem with your excuse and the reasonableness of your excuse based on the manager and deputy manager of the unit, because they are the ones who will be contacted. So what will happen when you go before the court? You are now placed on monitoring. The manager, deputy manager now will indicate there's a process that they go through. They will have to visit the site. They will have to see where you are. Must have internet access. You must be able to have electricity, because the device at some point in time will require charging. So, and this charging is not immediate or every day. But the thing is about it is that at some point it will. You've had situations where persons were actually arrested while being monitored for other offenses that they would have committed in the home that they were being monitored in. So regardless of what, we still have eyes on the person. And those persons were taken back to court, the bail was revoked, and they were put back in jail. So far, it is effective in the way that it is being monitored. I know the challenge that what persons may have in their mind is how much people, because of the amount of people that will be are in jail, how many people. So it's a process that takes time, but persons are being effectively monitored. And
the court or the service could only have so much monitoring device, no more.
Well, no. You could have any amount, but obviously, you know, the unit is in the process of procuring more units, because obviously what you have is going to be used up over a period of time. So they're in the process of procuring more. So the system, the unit is equipped to monitor as much as they could as the system goes on. We have been matters that are before the court. Nearly every matter that comes up before the court now, issue of electronic monitoring is brought out once bail is accessed. Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot there. And so the persons who did the infraction, the persons who it was done to, that person, knowing that person outside, what type of response you all have had so far?
Right. So I'm really glad you brought that up, Pastor, because one of the features of the electronic monitoring is really the emphasis of domestic violence.
All right.
So, especially in domestic violence. So in domestic violence issues, the victim of a domestic violence is also given a device. Oh. That device is that they keep that device on them, and they are alerted if the defendant has breached his geofence fencing, and they are given a warning early to seek shelter. The challenge we are having at the unit is that although the victims are given the unit, some of them are very, very, they tend not to pay attention to the device sometimes. So they rest it down, they leave it somewhere, sometimes when they are called, because the unit will keep in contact with them if the device, obviously you will be moving around if you have the device on you. The unit does see you as you move around. So if the unit is one place, it gives out an alert, well, you know, this device is not moving. And when they get in contact with them, they either rest it down, they forget to charge it, they didn't take it up, they know they have it there, and these sort of things. So persons are really, we try to beseech people. We need your help as much as you need ours in terms of making sure that you're safe, especially when an application is made in domestic violence. As it relates to the other issue, you commit a crime against another person outside of a domestic violence issue, but you are geofenced in such a way that you are not to go within a certain area. So the area that you are to traverse is also placed on the system. So once you are outside, because we will know where the victims are, we will know we will not know where they are in terms of they being monitored outside domestic violence. However, we will know where the defendant is. So if he goes outside of his home, if he goes outside of a certain radius, we will know the response mechanism is engaged, he is rearrested and taken back to court immediately.
How effective that is?
It has been effective where all the persons so far has been recaptured and taken back to court. We have had about 4 or 5 breaches.
All right, very good. Please go ahead.
Right, so in these persons who breach, as I said, I give the example of the person who he said it fell in water while being on his ankle. I don't know how that worked for him, but he was actually rearrested, taken back to court. He was ordered to be remonitored, but he also was fined for damaging the device. So now, obviously, there's only one way that could have happened.
Right now, so you have to, well, they cannot take off the device for bathing and all of that, right? Because you have to.
The device is waterproof, so you can bathe with it. But depending on what you do with the water that you say fell in, that's another issue. Obviously, the reasonableness of the explanation, but the fact that we can actually see where the person go. So there was one person who indicated, well, he does mind sheep, and he went to feed a sheep, but it was outside the geofencing area. He was rearrested and taken back to court. The thing is about it is that you cannot just willy-nilly give a reason for doing something when it was explained to you, because the court goes into depth to explain the parameters that you are not to cross once you are placed on an electronic monitoring device after accessing bail. The onus is on you to now continue with that process until your time has come for you to know for it to be removed, because there's a time frame, and that time frame is dependent on different circumstances. We have received 49 orders so far. We have a number of fittings pending. We have had approximately 38 active on the system, and we have had 8 removed or discharged, or their matter has been completed in one form or the other.
All right, so that's a lot we have with us this morning. It's the law and you, and we have Acting Inspector Terrence Dick with us this morning of the TTP, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And without any further ado this morning, we want to give you the opportunity to ask your questions. Listen carefully. It's based on what you have heard, what he's dealing with. All right, and please keep it short so the officer can make note, and then he's going to, from time to time, address your concern. If the calls are not coming in fast, then he's able to do that. But if it's coming in fast, then he's going to make note of it and then address it. So this morning, we are using two phone lines, one for WhatsApp and one for normal calls. So, ladies and gentlemen, one is 753-753-1113. That is 753-1113. Or for WhatsApp, 737-4673. 737-4673. Talking about electronic monitoring this morning. I know a lot of people have been concerned about, it was in the news where people commit murder. You want to speak on that a little bit, please?
No problem.
Yeah, thanks.
You want me to respond to that, Pastor?
Thank you very much.
Right, so the gentleman name in that matter was Achille Charles. Mr. Charles had accessed bail. And the question was asked, well, how come he wasn't put on monitoring? Or if he was put on monitoring, how can that be? Now, I just want to say, Pastor, that the laws governing bail are already enshrined in an act, and any amendment such is based totally out of the hands of the police when that is required, when a person has to access bail. So Mr. Child had access bail based on the arguments put by the court. The thing is about it is that it is being discussed as to the type of device that we would need because of the type of crime. What would need to be monitored? So presently,
could you hold your thought and we take a call? So please remember where you are at. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Pastor John. How are you?
I am well in Jesus' name. Thank you for asking.
Good night, my brother, Pastor John. I'm up here. You know, like to speak to the gentleman.
Yeah, please go ahead, the officer. Please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Welcome.
You know, if somebody like somebody, not a police, a civilian, and they have a child, they have children, they're married to somebody and they have children, and they don't want to pay their what they call it, their
maintenance.
They don't want to pay the money then to the children, and they go across they go across to the other island. What is it different? What can the police do to say that they can get in contact or the police or whatever? Because it is, I know somebody, right? Somebody close to me, and that is what is happening. Is they don't want to pay their children support. So they left us and they go on to the other country, which is, Tobago. I believe it's Tobago. I would like to know what the person can do, please. Thank you. God bless.
And you too. Thank you for calling. Officer, you want to respond, please?
Bye.
Thank you.
Well, once you have that information, well, it's Trinidad and Tobago, so the same police that works here is the same police that works there. So if you have information that the police is in Tobago, and there's a warrant outstanding for the person who did not pay the maintenance, obviously the police in Tobago can be notified along with the fact that there's a warrant out for him, and he can be arrested and dealt with according to that situation. If the person has left the jurisdiction in terms of going to Grenada, St. Vincent, or one of them, once the warrant is out, the collaboration between the TT police and the police in those divisions can also liaise with each other in order to see, once the warrant is out for his arrest, and see what can be done into bringing that person back here. So that is generally what can be taken, what can be done, in order to get the person back here. Now, the thing is, if you didn't pay your maintenance, there's a process through the family court in which that can be dealt with. And that is how that will effectively work. Yeah.
In keeping with that, officer, why and how can a person run up $40-something thousand in maintenance?
Well, one word, Pastor, delinquency. It's like paying your maintenance bill is no different than owing courts or owing on your light bill. They just didn't pay the bill, It's a different form, it's a different type of bill. But if you didn't pay the bill and the time frame came again for you to pay and you didn't pay again, you're delinquent. And if you're delinquent, the notice you would receive is the warrant that was issued for your arrest. So if you take it upon yourself, knowing that you have children to maintain, and you didn't maintain, and there's a process outlined by virtue of the court, and the court said X, Y, and Z, and you have to pay by a certain time, and you run up a bill. What happens when you owe courts when you run up a bill? They repossess. So in order for you to not have your maintenance bill run up, pay the bill, and on time too.
Yes. All right. In the church, you have people who robbing God, right?
Correct.
According to Malachi chapter 3.
Yes.
And they do not know that they bring a curse on their lives.
Yes.
There's so much to go with that. But people have to decide, in all my life, I'll tell you something. In all my life, I have tried, by the grace of God, and I've been very successful, not to run up bills that I cannot pay. For example, you hear about people having credit card and they have to pay 24% interest, and they run into just like so much of thousands of dollars because it's like compound interest, or if that is not correct, it's like a money lender.
Yes.
Right. And anybody knows with a money lender what goes on. However, yes, however, what I did was to make sure that I put in place that every single month, and this is information for people to be wise, information every month that the bank pay off the credit card at a certain time. So the onus is on the bank to pay off the credit card and not I to pay off the credit card. So I make sure the money is there and that the bank pay off the credit card. So I'll never have to pay the bank any interest. And I'll tell you what happens. Every single month the bank pay me interest. You're very quiet there.
And, you know, it's to think about, Pastor, people for no other reason than some of the thoughts that go through their mind daily put themselves at risk for various reasons.
Yes.
And the consequences, what they either don't think about, even if they think about it, they believe they could handle the consequence until the consequence arises. And when the consequence arises, various persons are made aware that they're going through the consequence, they knowing that they would have put themselves at risk. You would have put that in place to make sure that you don't face that consequence. And even if you face the consequence, you could easily adapt it and make it work.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And I have been told, once you're alive, you consume. If you keep consuming without realizing that there are risks to consuming, these things will happen.
Yeah, and one of those things are greed, you know.
Correct.
Right? People hanging their hat where their hand cannot reach.
Exactly.
I mean, I get involved with these radio stations, and I'm very clear the day that I, Morris Johnson, or the Church of the Firstborn Assembly cannot pay the bills, that would have been the last bill.
Yes.
That would have been the last bill. There are churches who have run up bills on radio stations and have walked away. And I guess the radio station for whatever reason. But not the Church of the Firstborn. Nobody, I mean, could accuse us of owing them. You see, I grew up in a situation where I work for my father, and he paid everybody else and he didn't pay me. Sometimes, that was. And then when he was dying, well, not when he was dying, but when he found himself in problems, he cried and he says, "What have I done?" Asking God, what have I done? And I say under my breath, I say, "You don't know what you've done, eh?" Just like that. You know, so we see things happening. It's like people go and they borrow money from the bank, whether it's a mortgage or whatever. And I've said it before and I say it again. Look for the fine prints and see in the fine prints whether or not you can pay off your mortgage before the time without having the penalty of paying all of the interest. You have to look into that, because the reason is that you want that if you get a lump sum of money, that you can pay it off. And I have lived with that all my life. I mean, officer, whether it was to paying off for the church, whether it was paying off for the vehicles, whatever, I have walked that way. And today, not 1 cent is owing to anyone. The Bible says, "Owe no man anything but love," and we need to live that way. Practice it. Stop trying to follow the Johnsons. I won't call nobody else's name. And I understand what I'm saying when I say stop trying to, you know, people say don't follow the, you know, people want to, because this one, yes, because this one have that and that one have that. They want it too. And that is why so many of these young fellas today have found themselves dead, because they want the bling bling, they want what other people have, and they do not want to work for it and take time to get it. My Bible tells me in Matthew 6:33, seek ye first, and that's have been my motto all of my life. From the time I heard the scripture, I read the scripture. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and his righteousness, and then all these things, the things that the Gentile climb upon one another to get. Like crabs in a barrel, they climb on one another to get it. You as a believer, if you put God first in your life and you're industrious and you work hard and you go after what you want, you will be able to accomplish. No matter how life look. Our job, our employers, whoever, they are not our source. Our source is God. He's the creator of heaven and earth. Everything on the earth, he owns it. A lot of people right now is shaking because of the weather pattern that is coming. When an earthquake or a hurricane or some disaster hits, you think people have time to study the house and the car and the land and all of those things? The first thing they have to study is their life, preservation of life. This morning we are talking with Officer Inspector Dick, Lawrence Dick, and if we are talking about monitoring, electronic monitoring, prisoners who get bail and desire to get to come outside on bail and be monitored, this is what we are talking about this morning. So if you have a situation or you have a question or comment for Officer Inspector Attorney Lawrence Dick, you have the opportunity to call. Let's go to 240-1234, 240-1234, or 753-1113, 753-1113, or WhatsApp calls 737-4673, 737-4673. And you know, I am very thankful to the Lord for what we do here on a Tuesday morning, bringing this information to the public and even myself. You know, I get the information, and because I'm behind the console here, I am constantly paying attention to what is being said, and I'm being educated as far as the law is concerned. So I'm not a lawbreaker, and I don't desire to be one, but I can help people, or I can help myself staying within the law so that I live a peaceful life. Officer Dick?
Yes. The thing is about it, Pastor, is that, you know, the electronic monitoring is really a great tool. It is something that we would have been lobbying for over a period of time, looking at the statistics and the way we fight crime. The police is really trying to really put a handle and not just alleviate or deal with crime, but the fear of crime as well. I know a lot of people may not know about electronic monitoring in terms of I've had people to ask me, is it here? Do we really use it? Yes, we do. We have been using it since 2020, and we continue to use it. We continue to be apprised of the changes in the way things happen, the way we need to fight crime, the initiatives that the commissioner, the executive, and members of the police service is using, the skills bank that they have, and trying to ensure that the public goes about safe. And electronic monitoring is really, really, and I'm saying this because it's there. I am actually the liaison officer between the unit and the police service. So in the time that the unit was established to now, I've seen all the intricacies. I've seen what had to be done, how it had to be set up, what needs to take place daily. I'm apprised of information going to and fro from the unit. I work closely with the ERP units so that we could be out there to really make sure that these persons who access bail, let them know that not because they have a bracelet on and they can go from home to a job that they can go anywhere. We will be on them like white on rice.
One more time.
We will be on them like white on rice.
White on rice. All right. That's a good way. Not brown and rice.
Well, you know, it's very rare with brown, but yes, for the average person, white on rice.
Yes. Sorry. So going to work, the person was charged. They were taken before the court. They fellow workers see them back out. They don't know that they are monitored, right?
Well, the monitoring is a device on you. There are some people who will put the pants over it because it's on your ankle. Some people may notice. Some people may choose to tell other people, but, you know, I get charged and police monitoring me now. People will talk. We live in a society where, you know, people tend to want to raise the issues for different and varying reasons. And that's okay. That's up to you. It's not a secret that you can't tell anybody that you're being monitored. That's a matter for you. The thing is about it is that we are sure, and especially with the devices for domestic violence, where the victim is given that device to help us protect them. and you would know how that would work on a daily basis in terms of reports that are being made. So if you want to tell people that you are monitored, that's up to you. The thing is about it is that all we are concerned about is that we look at you or we watch you to make sure. Now, if for some strange reason, we all know technology, as you have seen with me this morning, but we cannot, if we are sure, or let's say we attempt to get on to you for whatever reason, and you did not respond to us, we will visit your home where we know you are, and we will make sure that you are there and you are abiding by the court. And if the device is something that needs changing, the unit will change it to make sure that we are aware that you did.
And that is done. And that is done how quick?
That is done
especially in domestic violence situation.
In terms of the response, or in terms of the changing out of the device?
No, the response of the police.
The response will obviously, to get to point A to point B is one thing, but we do two things. In terms of the response, we contact the immediate patrols in the area that where you are, because what we also advise the victims is, even if they have a concern with regarding even the person, we always try to liaise with them through the investigator. So we will always be in contact with the station district. We will always be in contact with the mobile patrol through the ERP and the operational command centers, so that we always have a real-time response. Time is something to get to point A to point B is always the factor, but to always have a response, a real-time response, in that the person is either in contact with the unit and we are in contact with the patrol, so that we can always collaborate and see how best we could get the person out of harm's way. But the part of for the person, the victim, is that they know, and the geofencing is not round the corner. The geofencing is very wide, so that you have enough time, or we can get you out of the situation as quick as possible.
Right. Now, so what I was going to ask you. So the patrol, all right. It will. I believe it will come back. I was going to ask you about the person in the home, and all right. So the person in the home and the officer. So let's say, as you said, the device, something happened with the device. All right. So what I was going to ask you was this. Now, so there's a GPS map on all of these people, right?
Correct.
All right. So it's easy to find them. You don't have to relax. All right.
We actually see their movements on a daily basis.
All right. So that is what I was going to ask you.
They don't have a bell going off or a sound emitting from the device to say, check it. We actually have people looking at a screen and seeing you.
All right. So that is a lot taking place, people. Advancement taking place in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, where people are being monitored 24/7 for certain infractions, and that is something to be commended, or to be for you all to be commendable or commended about. So when we look at, here's, you have a situation. This person is involved in domestic violence. They were taken before the court, and they were said to keep 50 or 100 feet away from this person.
Yes.
The same thing is in the area of rape.
Yes, sexual offenses as well. Now, you know what the added issue with rape of person being put on the register once you're convicted by the court. Now, bearing in mind, electronic monitoring is a condition of bail. Yes. So if you commit a sexual offense, rape or otherwise, and you access bail, you will, the option of monitoring is there as an added layer of protection for the victim and awareness for the police as to where the defendant is. So the other issue of the register, which is a whole another issue, is for after conviction or after you would have served your sentence. The thing is about it is that with electronic monitoring, in an immediate or short-term remedy to monitor persons who commit crimes, because bail is a constitutional right, that you can access bail, and now we seeing with this gentleman who would have applied for bail for committing the offense of murder, and that has a whole other discussion behind it. Once you would have accessed bail, now there's the option of you being placed on electronic monitoring. So there's while people may feel that it's on a window, persons are actively monitored, and if once that breach occurs, as we have done in Tobago, we put people back before the court. Persons right now are back in jail because they would have breached, and the court would have revoked the order, and they are taken off monitoring. That is what is available to persons who breach.
So here you have a situation where a person. So all these people who are before the court for rape or for sexual offenses, they have been given bail. All of them are monitored this way. Once
you have accessed the bail, and this is why, and I think in our discussions with stakeholders over the period of time, this is why the Act was amended by 11 of 2020, because in 11 of 2012 it was only for those low-hanging fruit. Serious crimes like sexual offenses weren't targeted because they were looking at a particular issue. But now, persons, bear in mind that we have applications before the court for persons who are to appear in court. So now that you have this added layer, it doesn't matter the crime now, even in the sense of the sexual offense, those persons can be put on monitoring. Yes, it is available to them.
But the question was, Officer Dick, Inspector, and Attorney, or is it that all the people because we hear about people being charged all the time, and outside they have been given bail?
Yes.
So I know it have been said, stay 100 feet away from the person.
Right.
You're not to be in contact with the person. However, is it that all these people, I know I asked you just now, but I'm still asking. I like the news media now, trying to see how you can...
I hear that.
All right, same question. So, is it that these people, all of them have electronic monitoring?
Not all of them, and permit me to say why. The birth of the unit is in 2020. There are many people who may have committed offenses and who are out there prior to that. Because the law did not come into effect until this time, it means, therefore, that the persons who are going before the court now will be monitored. That is the best way I can answer that question.
All right. That is fine for me. That is fine for me. So, in other words, everybody from 2020 who have committed sexual offenses
and other offenses,
right, and before the court, that once the case have not been dealt with or finished, if they want bail, that is the procedure.
They can now be placed on electronic monitoring.
All right. Otherwise, they stay in jail.
Correct.
All right. So we have just about 4 minutes. Let's see how you can bring it in, please. And I want to thank you very much. Go ahead.
You're welcome. Crime fighting, as we know, is on different levels. There are various types of crimes. There are different facets to fighting crime. Some take a while. Some you can deal with in the streets because some of them are just simple to deal with. The mechanisms put in place by the Ministry of National Security, the police service, all the stakeholders involved, it takes a little time, which is not nearly understood for various reasons, and that is understandable. But the police service is working and doing its best that it can. We need the assistance of citizens as well, especially as I raised it with the domestic violence, where some people leave their device unattended. They leave it on charge for some time. And this is the information that I have as the liaison officer from the unit. we asking persons to be aware, especially in those circumstances. Keep your unit. It's an added, it's like, you know, yes, you have this device that you need to walk with, or you need to pay attention to, but we are doing the best that we could in this circumstance, and this initiative will work. It is going to work. We need your assistance, but we are doing the best that we can. Yeah?
And that is so important, that people work with the system in order to have the desired results.
Exactly.
Yes, yes, yes. So at what age you give your, first of all, at what age you give your life to the Lord, and at what age you join the police service?
I joined the police service in, actually, as I said, I came in 1991. I didn't start work until 97. So I was in my early 20s when I started to work in the police service.
And why the police service?
It was an opportunity at the time. There was no special reason. At the time, you know, you're young, you're looking for a job, you got an opportunity. Over the years while working, I decided to study law with the help of certain friends and guidance, and I listened to those friends who today are still very, very important to me. And that has allowed me, and my experience in the service, it's wide and varying for different reasons, but it has allowed me to work with stakeholders, you know, and bring that skill in the police service so that the police service can have a different face in the way they deal with stakeholders, individuals, the citizenry as a whole. So I do my best, I do my part, and it's part of a bigger whole. It's not me, it's many limbs to the body, and the body is the police service. And I do my part just as everybody else do their part in the best way that we know how. So there was no special reason. And yeah, so that's, I'm still here 24 years after.
Right, so much years you have to go?
I'm 51 now, so, you know, not much. And I'm hoping to, you know, age like some good wine so that I could go on and see what else there's out there for me.
Come out and represent me.
Hopefully not, but if that comes, then yes.
No, indeed, and I appreciate it very much. No, when I say represent me, not for doing the wrong thing, but, you know, sometimes people want to come at you.
Correct.
You know,
correct.
And so you need somebody in a legal mind to really give you the advice or to help you to deal with the situation. Mm-hmm. Officer Dick, it have been it wasn't easy, right?
Yes, it was.
All right. I thank you very much for coming, and we hope that you will come back again, because we didn't get much calls today because a lot of people do not understand. And I thank you very much for coming and explaining what this is all about, because people need to understand that there are certain layers, as you would say, in the police service to help people to get certain results. Because you hear these wives continuously complain about people not paying maintenance, and then the man or whoever, they stalking them or whatever. So.
Well, and that is true, you know, but, you know, we working together to make sure that the things that it happen properly.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
You know?
So, yes. So God bless you and continue your family, that you'll give you long life, so you'll be able to see success in this nation, as we all law-abiding citizens want to see, that the police get on top of whatever they're doing and bring about the desired results that the population need. So thank you very much, and to the executive. And you have been listening to the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry Tuesday morning edition, every Tuesday morning right here. And pick it up tomorrow morning, where we will continue. Myself, I'll be dealing with what just happened in Grenada, people. It is amazing what happened in Grenada. What the church, what officer, is amazing what happened with the church in Grenada. That what couldn't happen for all the years happened. I have it live and direct. And tomorrow morning we'll deal with it. Thank you again, and have a wonderful day in Jesus' name.
Thank you. You too, and you all be safe.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So everybody, thank you very much. Have a wonderful day in Jesus' name. Bye-bye.
This concludes the live broadcast with Pastor Maurice Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. See you next week, and God bless.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
Better vision for your physical eyes, and through the eyes of faith, let healing arise in your mind, body, and spirit. At Natural Healing Ministries, we teach kingdom principles for living that brings the blessing